Situated in the beautiful Abruzzo region of Italy, surrounded by rolling hills and historic villages, a journey through stunning landscapes and close to the Adriatic coast, here the spirit of classic karting thrives. Welcome to the Kartodromo Val Vibrata. This Italian circuit is renowned for its old-school character, a true gem in the world of karting. And this weekend, it plays host to the FIA Karting European Championship finale for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Year of opening, 1987. Event record, Danilo Alcaniz in time qualifying in the Premier KZ category with a 48.112. No one has been able to beat that time just as of yet. The track itself, 160 metres down the start-finish straight, 112 metres down the brand new back straight down and towards the hairpin of turn 7. Total track length 1,286 metres. It widens from 8 to 10 metres wide with an elevation change of 3 metres. It is a fast-flowing, undulating circuit that our drivers will enjoy racing on this weekend. The track, though, in more detail, 10 corners in total, 6 to the right, 4 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Those hairpins provide the best overtaking opportunities around the track as well. We've seen moves down into turn 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 throughout the entirety of this weekend. We've also seen some interesting moves, maybe through turn 9 as well, but certainly it is a fabulous circuit. Top speed drivers would be reaching down in towards turn number 1, 144 kilometers an hour, or in layman's terms, 90 miles per hour. Average speed 90 kilometers an hour, which is around 55 miles an hour as well around there. It's a fast, demanding circuit for our drivers. And all the way throughout this weekend, we have seen a plethora of brilliant races. And we're going to see some more today because in the championship standings going into this one, well, the door's wide open and we're just waiting to see who's going to come through it first in all 3 categories, KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Myself, Anthony Jordan and Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box throughout the entirety of today. And Guillaume, we've already seen some brilliant races, but I suspect we've not seen the best just yet.
This is the last day, the most important of all 3. Welcome along, everybody, in Val Vibrata. And as you said, the racing has been absolutely immense. Very exciting ever since Friday. We had 5 races on the Friday, 17 yesterday, and a couple of more today, 6 in total, 28 all throughout the entire weekend for round 2, the big finale of the European Championship for the gearbox categories. KZ2 Masters had the superheat yesterday to round things up. We're going to have the superheat of the KZ and the KZ2 to start with this morning before the big finale in the afternoon. Make sure to tune in on FIAKarting.com as well as on Motorsport TV. Wherever you are in the world, we got you covered on social media as well. Not to miss any single bit of the action here live from the Adriatic coast in Italy. Next race coming up, the first one, the Superheat A for KZ2. And the young driver who will be starting on pole position of this one is Maxim Orlov, is the one to beat in the KZ2 class. 5 qualifying heat and 5 wins for him. We caught up with him yesterday after his last performance. Let's hear from Maxim Orlov.
Down here in Parc Ferme with not only our race winner, but our pole sitter for Superheat 1 tomorrow, Maxim Orlov. That is how you do it, I think. 5 out of 5, superb result. You must be feeling like on top of the world right now.
Yeah, I'm so happy about this result. So yeah, I'm so happy. Like I told you before, I'm so happy about the result. So happy about the chassis and the engine. Everything is good. Everything is fine. So we are ready for the Superheat in the final.
Let's talk a little bit about the setup because, like you say, your pace in these qualifying heats has been great. You've been able to get to the front and you've been able to break away from the rest. Where was that pace in qualifying, though? Because it wasn't outright pole, but it was still a great time set, though. Where was it missing? What was the change that you did from qualifying into these qualifying heats?
I think we missed a little bit in the rear of the chassis, so we fixed it. And now we have the good speed and the fastest speed, I think. So yeah, that's why we lose a little bit in the qualifying.
With that pace that you've got now, the setup change, is there anything that you want to change for tomorrow, or is it just keep the setup the same? Put the kart to sleep, come back tomorrow with exactly the same setup, and just hope for the best?
No, I think it's fine. So we're going to tomorrow with the setup of the chassis.
Well, great to hear there from Maxim Orlov. Like you say, yesterday, absolutely perfect score. 25 championship points he gained. Moves him up to third in the championship standings now with 64 points, but that might be a little too far to close into Mateusz Bergel and Daniel Vasili, who still lead the championship standings. Let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. 36 drivers, and it starts with Maxim Orlov. Mateusz Bergel going from the front row as well, the current championship leader. Alessio Piccini, the pulses from qualifying, going from row number 2. He'll have Maximilian Schleimer alongside. Casper Schurmans and Filippo Nuccioni going from row number 3. Miguel Costa and Vladimir Verkalentsev round out row 4. They'll have Anatoly Kavalkin and Samuele Leopardi on row 5. Alva Simazara and Nicholas Roos go from row 6. Dmitry Matviev from Milano Quinteri on row 7. They'll have Jean Louis and Moritz Ebner on row 8. Igor Nozov and Michael Paparo go from row 9. They'll have Andrea Dele and Alessio Scabini on row 10.
On row 11, we have Matteo Zanchi and Simon Reckenmacher, followed by Christian De Klein and Nacho Tunian on row 12. Row 13, Dion van Verwen and Sam Louillet. Row 14, Arthur Poulain and Jesper Sjoberg. Gabin Louillet and Fabrizio Rosati, row 15. Row 16, Kipras Jurs and Christian Fiorabracci. Timing Wang and Jenny Civico Espona, row 17. Row 18, Eric Holm and Simon Billman. 18 rows, 36 drivers, 72 in total in KZ2 made it to the 2 superheat of this morning. 82 were starting this competition, 10 left on the side, unfortunately, as racing can be cruel sometimes. And from that chunk of 72 drivers, we only keep 36 for the final this afternoon. The man in charge of anything that's happening on track, Nigel Edwards, the race director of the FIA Karting Championship, with Pasquale Lupoli and Gonzalo Plante, as well as the officials on track, helping out with the marshals, everybody involved into the making of this event. From race control, Mr. Chris Lambrecht in the middle, Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, the eyes, the heads, and the decision-making from behind the scene. The other ones are keeping a close eye on anything that's happening on track as well, with the help of a lot of cameras surrounding this track of Val Vibrata. It's fair to say, Anthony, that so far the racing has been fair. It's been sometimes aggressive, very exciting, that's for sure. A couple of drama moments here and there, but so far it has been decent, fair play between some of the contenders out there.
It certainly has. We have seen the ups and downs. We've seen teammates fall out. We've seen quite momentous crashes as well here over this weekend. But all the way throughout it, the drivers have stayed positive, happy, and ready to go racing. Now, this is a very interesting situation we've got here. Maxim Orlov has been on that pole position starting spot for some time right now, and still the last karts are going into turn 9. He's been waiting there for a really long time right now. The temperatures in the tyres will have gone down. Hopefully he's managed to do as much as he can to keep them up. But as you can see right at the back of the field, the last karts are coming into formation now. This is the biggest grid that we've seen so far this weekend. A full 36 lineup of KZ2s as we get ready to go racing here in Val Vibrata. Lights go out. We are racing in KZ2 down in towards turn 1. It's a lightning start for Maxim Orlov, but Bergel tries to take the lead of this one around the outside. It's denied it going round turn 1. He swings to the inside now. Can he get it? The answer to that is no, as Piccini gets up into P2.
Yeah, beautiful getaway as one driver at the back end is into trouble, but Alessio Piccini going from third to second, just behind Maxim Orlov. I think Jean Louillet from Switzerland is the driver that got into trouble just at the back end of the field. Pretty good start for everybody in the midfield as well. Coming to sector number 3, the last hairpin of the track, turn number 7. There it is, as Maxim Orlov is already trying to pull away just a tiny bit into the first of 16 laps, as we have indeed some yellow flags. It was very short. The one driver at the back end, I think it's Jean Louillet, as Orlov is running up the first of 16 laps, the second longest race of the weekend, as the final will be even longer than that, up to 23 laps as for this afternoon. Orlov, Piscini, half a second between those two. Then Spurgel with the solid cat machine down in third. Schleimer, Skorman, Nicolas Roos, 6 places gained by the South African up to P6. Oh, there was the first attempt from Matteo Spurgel. He is one of the contenders of the championship. He's the current leader of the classification as it stands. He needs the points. He wants to show to the Parolin machines how fast and how efficient he can be on this track. But so far, as you can see, yellow flag into the last sector of the track, still waving.
Looks like it's the Canadian Ziwing Wang, unfortunately, out of the race, so he's not clocking up anymore. But yeah, like you were saying there, Spurgel trying to get past there, Pacini, but this is an interesting one because Spurgel, even if he does get past, he doesn't need to get too frustrated. He's still good in the points. As down the inside, here comes Schurmans down the inside of Schleimer, and the 182 getting up into P4 now.
Definitely so, as Skormans didn't get his weekend up to a good start after a DNF and a get-together with Matteo Spurgel, as we mentioned briefly. Two teammates, the briefing was a little bit heated, as I've heard in the CPB Sport outing. But now this is in the past, back to square one, and Skormans has been very efficient as well. So those two will certainly be will be taking the CPB colors up, certainly the classification, as they've been busy doing so far. Alessio Piccini, Matteo Spurgel, your battle on screen. As for now, you mentioned that it's not down to too much calculation as it stands, because we have one race to go. There's 75 points to be awarded for the winner of the Superheat 25 for the championship. As on the inside goes Matteo Spurgel on Alessio Piccini. Skormans is trying to get through as well, but the door was shut in that tiny little bend. And once again, the Frenchman closing in on the breaking point. There's no way to go for Alessio Piccini, trying to resist from Skormans, trying as well to make his move while protecting himself from Maximilian Schleimer, the Maranello driver just behind. We're going to find ourselves with a 4-driver battle potentially, but the more they battle with one another, the more they let Maxim Orlov get away. A full second already for the Parolin driver. That's all he had been expecting, you know, from pole position. He's been very, very good at that ever since the weekend started. Pretty much unbeaten so far for Maxim Orlov, and if he stays where it is, well, there's a good chance he will be starting from pole position for the final this afternoon.
Oh, most definitely, because of course maximum points, he's got 325 now to his name in the intermediate classification. He cannot be beaten, so he's absolutely fine and clear at the front there. He would start on pole for that final, and as well he'd get the 25 championship points. Now that doesn't mean too much for him, as down the inside goes a nice little move there. Alba Simasvara and Nicolas Roos, despite the fact that he may have gained those positions, it's now starting to fall down as Costa sends it through as well. Now, yeah, I want to touch base on that one again with Maxim Orlov, as we see a replay here. This is Matteo Spurgel, his overtake down the inside, getting past Alessio Piccini. Nicely done there. Quick check of the shot as well to see what was happening. Now, with Maxim Orlov, he's leading the way. He's got the maximum points, but you have to remember, in the championship, he's third, but he's got 64 points versus the 97 points from Daniel Vasili. Matteo Spurgel's 113. Yes, okay, he can close that gap up nicely, but with where Spurgel is in second place and with where Daniel Vasili will be in his race, remember he starts in the second row as out of the race.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
This is Egor Nozov, unfortunately. Quite a shame for the Formula K driver. He's trying to get back.
Another one.
Yeah, indeed. Was it a coming together and an incident in the morning? Yes, a couple of drivers actually just outside of our vision into turn number one coming together. The 154 from Pierre-Lard Jean Luyet. He got into trouble into the opening lap, and once again got involved in a big incident with 3 up to 4 drivers.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, there's quite a few. Filippo Nocioni has tumbled down the order. Anatoly Kavalkin has tumbled down the order. They've lost 20 and 24 places. Igor Nozov has dropped out. You've got Jean Luyet, Hermano Quinteri, Dmitry Matviev, Moritz Ebner, and we saw Ziwing Wang earlier on. But that is so many drivers who have just tumbled out of the order, and there they are, walking away. What on earth happened at turn one?
Oh, and Jean Luyet, that's out of the race, unfortunately.
It's broken. Yeah.
And as I was looking out at the window, you could see Dmitry Matveev actually trying to walk a little bit. He's on his feet, that's what we like to see, but apparently he's been a little bit shaken up by what happened in turn number one. And as we're just following through the action, the wall, actually, the tire walls have been a little bit shaken up as well, but the marshals were fast on location, fast on site, just to put them back in order. So the race can actually continue as we're hitting the halfway mark into this Superheat 8 for the KZ2 class. lap number 8 out of 16. And in the meantime, Maxim Orlov extending his lead to 1.3 seconds. Matteo Spurgel still very much in second place. Then we have just behind Kasper Skormans, 1 second down, his teammates, so the 2 sturdy cars, second and third, securing the results, securing the points and confidence coming to the final, as we said. Then we have Alessio Piscini down in P4, Maximilian Schleimer P5, and we have as well Miguel Costa, Almesis Mevara, Simon Leopardi P8, Nicola Rus and Vladimir Verkolantsev running up the top 10. And Nicola, as I said, Nicola Rus just made his way past as well within the top 10. But a couple of drivers out, including Anatoly Kavalkin, the former Hockey Junior European champion. That's quite a shame as well. As for the rest of those drivers, hopefully we might be able to see what happened there. Certainly something went very wrong in the breaking point of turn number 1.
Maxim Orlov again setting the fastest lap of the race, and not going to lie, Guillaume, that's a 48.6. That's not a bad time at all. Remember, 48.1 was the lap record set in the KZ category, which is faster than the KZ2s. So that is an incredible pace at this stage of the weekend. But Orlov really breaking away now. He's actually going faster in this lap here as well. He's gone purple in Sector 2, has Maxim Orlov, and that gap just increasing more and more. But this one here, Pacini still in the battle. He's there in P4, Schleimer just behind him at the moment. Then you've got Costa, Simazvara there as well. But all the meanwhile, the gaps are just starting to open up a little bit more. The race is in its calm down phase. Now, because of that massive moment that we had at turn 1, so many drivers have been promoted up here. Nacho Tunion has up 10 places, Artur Poulain up 12, Sam Louillet up 10 places as well, Scabini up 3, but Savico 16 places gained in this superheat. Now that's important because remember, only 36 can get into that final. We've got 72 right now. Half of these drivers are going to be eliminated, and anyone who was starting, you know, from the 9th row backwards, they're in the danger zone. And anyone who's managed to come through from that order could now make it into that final. But it's really, really fine margins that's putting them into those positions.
And if you're interested in finding all those classifications, they are available to you on FIAKarting.com as always. All the documents, all the results at your disposal. So you can make up your mind about who's starting from where and how many points each of those drivers have been collecting throughout the weekend. The points are, of course, crucial to gain your ticket within the top 36 for the final after those 2 superheat. As we follow closely the battle between Alessio Piscini and this is the Maryland driver, Maximilian Schleimer. Alessio Piscini just in front. This is Miguel Costa just behind him. Costa with that beautiful golden helmet of his, from a driver of the Sauber Karting Academy back in the days of the partnership with Car Republic. Now doing wonders with the Parolin racing car, another strong Italian factory in the world of karting. Parolin has been absolutely impressive, to say the least, in those gearbox classes. As from the inside, he's sniffing around just a tiny bit, trying to make his way past Miguel Costa. He's gonna have to wait, maybe the next hairpin, turn number 3. This is one of the hardest spots of the track, definitely for overtaking. Pick up yours. Even though you could find yourself into trouble trying to overtake a little bit too soon, turn number 1, for instance. But as for now, Maximilian Schleimer, the German, is doing a perfect job at keeping the line and not letting Miguel Costa through either on the left or the right side. But as they battle, they keep forgetting about Alessio Piscini just in front, and Maximilian Schleimer still quite close, to be honest. They actually keep both able, while battling, to keep a good rhythm and try to keep Alessio Piscini up for grab within distance. And is even having a quick look on the inside, showing still Piscini that is right there on his tail. And this is the moment Acosta had been waiting for the past few laps. Beautiful textbook move from the Brazilian driver. A quick look over the shoulder, but there was not a lot of space between the curb and Schleimer just to get his way through. He just did that brilliantly. And upper place, P5 for Miguel Costa.
Nicely done there. And again, it's hard to get those overtakes here because it is a narrow circuit. Like you say, it is 10 meters wide down that start-finish straight, but it does narrow in some of those hairpins. So again, and these karts, they're modern karts. They're wide, they're big. It's the same sort of problem that we're seeing in modern day Formula One races. You know, the cars are massive. It's the same in karting. The karts are big. They've got bigger, and these classic kart circuits, they haven't got bigger. The tracks are still narrow, so it makes it a little bit tough to get down the inside. But there you can see it, perfectly timed, perfectly executed from Miguel Costa, gaining that position. Another view of it here from behind. You can see they're committed under braking. It's so easy to lock a front wheel on these karts, and that was just superb under braking. Nicely done. We're on that 14 of 16 right now. Orlov's lead over 2 seconds now from the rest of the field. Spurgel from Scormans is a relatively close battle out there. There are about 9/10 between them. This battle here on your screen is a little further back as well. This is Schleimer and Simazvara, who are line astern. Costa, you can see up ahead, is already closed in on Alessio Pacini, so that battle's also kicking off. I suspect we might see some more overtakes here, Guillaume, but the answer is, where are we going to see them? We've already seen Costa go for the moves here. He's going to sweep to the outside this time. Could he try and go for the switchback? No, he can't. Now, again, you're seeing the hand gestures coming in here. The two of them are communicating with each other, but again, it's still good results they've got here. Costa's still up 2 places. Yes, another one would help him out. He's currently 7th in the intermediate classifications. Another position change wouldn't help him out because Kayak is another 20 points ahead. So getting past here, it doesn't mean anything. But are you going to tell a driver to not go for an overtake?
Yeah, certainly. So once there's a gap, you have to go for it, as the great Ayrton Senna used to say. That's part of what those guys do as we just enter the final lap of this race. Maximo Orlov, 2.3 seconds. Let's not forget also that Alessio Pacini is right in there at the front to have a go at the victory. Miguel Costa might have a say as well when it comes to battle for glory coming to the final, but they're not really in the same positions, and when you're part of the same team, you just don't want to put your teammate into too much jeopardy while trying something unwise, especially in the last lap of a super hit like that. So I would be surprised for Miguel Costa to launch a move that lane in the race, as in the meantime, that's going to be another brilliant result and victory for Maxim Orlov, securing him pole position for the KZ2 final this afternoon for the final of the European Championship. Third in the standings, is going to certainly grab a few more points. 25 again in the back for Maxim Orlov. There's a 50 still up for grab coming to the final, but Orlov and the Parley Racing Kart machine have been absolutely impeccable with the help of Modena Kart this weekend around so far on Val Vibrata circuit. On home soil, competing at their best, and there's been no one able to fight within the same circle as Maxim Orlov so far. Will he be able to translate that until the end? Will he be able to make it a clean sheet here in Val Vibrata this Sunday afternoon? It's certainly going on the right path in terms of pace, setup and confidence for Maxim Orlov. 1.9 second from Mateusz Spurgel. Kasper Skormans finishing in P3. That's a close call as well for the CPV Sports Sodicart operation. Alessio Pacini down in P4 from Miguel Costa, Maximilian Schleimer, Alvarez Mevara, Samuel Leopardi P8 from Nicolas Russe, Vladimir Verkolantsev P10, Michael Paparo 7 places gained up to P11 from Matteo Zanchi, Simon Roccamarco 13 places gained for Arthur Paulin up to P14 from Nacho Chunan and Alessio Scabini P16.
P17 sees Andrea Dale and then Samuel Luye, who all gained positions in this one. Jesper Sorberg from Gavin Luye, Yanis Savico from Dion van Verven, Fiobriacci and Decline, Jus from Rosati, Holm from Billman, Nuccioni from Nozov, who rounded out the 30 finishes in this one, the retirements in that race. Anatoly Kavalkin, Jean Louis, Hermano Quinteri, Dmitry Matviev, Moritz Ebner, who were all involved in that incident at turn at number 1. Ziming Wang retiring first of all. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. And again, initially the getaway for Maxim Orlov, absolutely fine, no drama whatsoever. You could see Mateusz Spurgel trying to hold it round the outside, but Pacini, with his brilliant start, managing to hold on to second place and gaining that position down in towards turn number 1. You can see switching to the inside was Spurgel. Lucky that Schurman's wasn't there, and Schleimer as well. Schleimer has certainly tried to get his kart down the inside. It just wasn't going to go his way. Later at turn number 7, this is where Ziming Wang went off the circuit. You can see he just went straight on, maybe mechanical failure as he was out of the race on the opening lap. Later on, though, moves coming in thick and fast as Schurman's starting to push his way up to the field and finishing that race in an impressive P3.
Then we had the move from Matteo Spurgel in on lap number 4, where Scormans was trying to follow him through, but Spurgel making his way up to P2 as further back the battles were raging as well with the 117 of Nicola Roos and the 163 of Almesis Mevara. So the Kart and CRG drivers out there. The 116 of Alessio Piscini getting passed by Kasper Scormans. That was the move for P3 in the end on lap 6. And what a beautiful move that was from the Dutch driver into turn number 4 and 5. Then a little bit of mayhem on lap number 6 with the Formula K driver, unfortunately, Egor Nosov being pushed out of the way. The 154 of Sam Luye from Birelart as well into trouble. And a couple of drivers getting together into turn number 1. And a good list of them actually having to DNF, Anatoly Kavalkin, as well as Emmanuel Quintieri, Dimitri Madviv, as well as Moritz Ebner are all drivers involved into that big coming together. In the meantime, coming towards the later stages of the race, Miguel Costa battling along with Maximilian Schleimer. Those two would finish in P5 and 6 respectively. Just miles away from that young man from Parolin, winning once again, 5 win yesterday, another one to his tally in the superheat. Maxim Orlov really on the moon so far in Val Vibrata.
Certainly so. Well, there may be a little bit of a delay here while the cleanup operation gets underway. I've got to say, that's the nicest kart recovery vehicle I've ever seen. A Jeep Cherokee, that's what you want. KZ2 Superheat B, though, is coming up next. 16-lap race is due to head out onto the circuit in a few moments' time. And in this grid, I've got to say, Daniel Vasili has been gifted a little bit in this one, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on, because there on your screen, Markus Kayak, the Estonian, has certainly delivered this weekend, second in time qualifying, 4 out of 5 wins. We caught up with him after the qualifying heats yesterday. Markus Kayak, a brilliant result for you there. You put yourself on pole position for Superheat 2. Perfect. Near perfect weekend. That's exactly what you needed.
Yeah, we got off to a decent qualifying, P2 overall. Won all my heats except Orlov. But yeah, in the end, it's still a good result and can't wait for tomorrow.
Yeah. What's the plan for tonight? Rest, relax? What do you think?
Yeah, eat dinner and then off to sleep.
Eat dinner and sleep. That sounds like a really good thing to do. Tomorrow's a new day, of course. Superheat's really important. You've had to deal with the likes of Maxim Orlov, who's been undefeated so far. What's the plan for tomorrow? Is there anything you want to change tonight with setup, or is it just dig deep and hope for the best?
For sure, we have some ideas in mind, but yeah, mainly comes down to myself to drive as best as I can and bring the result.
Well, great there to chat to our man starting on pole position for this one, Markus Kayak, who, like we said, good day yesterday, all wins bar that 1 second place, and that race was where he was with Maxim Orlov, and but still, first and second showing that he still had the pace. There on your screen, Marek Scriven, again, another driver who's had a really good weekend, 4th overall in time qualifying. He has had a qualifying heat win as well. He's never been outside of the top 5. And so, again, we're expecting good things here over the course of this next 16-lap superheat. He can put himself in a really strong position right now. He's not fighting really in the championship. He is 5th in the championship standings. But, again, he's on 57 points. He can definitely move up probably into 3rd place in the championship standings. But again, I'm just going to say, 1st and 2nd, they're in their own race right now, all the way throughout it between Matteo Spurgel and Daniel Vasil. And that's what I want to talk about. Daniel Vasil, he starts this one on the 2nd row of the grid. He is the only driver in that championship fight within the top 5 in this race. If he can win it, he's fine. He's got no championship rivals. There's a look at what you can expect coming over the course of today. Superheat B is coming up next in about 1 minute's time. Then we go into the Superheat for the KZ. Then immediately into the finals for KZ2 Masters. They had their superheat yesterday. If you didn't catch that one, quickly go wind back on the stream and watch that. And then today, they're going straight into their finals. And I've got to say, looking forward to KZ2 Masters. 2 championship points separate the top 2 going into that final. Oh, it's going to be a nail-biter. But we'll talk about that later on, because KZ2 Superheat B is coming up there. There is Matthias Morgato starting this one on the 2nd row on the inside line. 17th in qualifying, Guillaume. Not his best qualifying performance, but he's come away with a qualifying heat win, so he knows the pace is there.
The pace is very much there with the Charles Leclerc Birrelat machine. They've been performant here, not only him, but some of his teammates as well. It's fair to say that this year's European Championship did start on the right foot for the former world champion in the single speed class, but with one win, 2 seconds and a third as best results, certainly he was able to catch up a little bit and put himself in a much better position heading to the final. The one we mentioned just before, Daniel Vasil from Romania, one of the standard bearers of Birrelat, the round one winner in Motorland Aragon for the first time in the FIA Karting Championship. With that in mind, a little bit of a relief out of his shoulders. He has nothing to lose in the battle for the title. He can become European champion as he's sitting second on close point to Mateusz Peugeot. We'll make some more calculations once the superheat are done, with 25 points awarded for any of the driver winning that race and 50 up for grab into the final. So still plenty, the situation is still plenty open when it comes to the KZ2 class, as for the other two categories as well. But Daniel Vasil has been really building on momentum and confidence over the past few years. Watch out for him.
Yeah, certainly so. There on the third row of the grid, Cristian Bertucca again has delivered some pretty fantastic results here. 8th in time qualifying, has had multiple top 5 finishes in his qualifying heat. He did get plagued with a P11 in his last race of the day yesterday, but certainly he's delivered over the course of that day. There is our deputy race director, Pasquale Lupoli, who's getting ready to, well, keep an eye on close proceedings on this one. He's positioned halfway round the lap. He's the second eyes and ears for our race director, Nigel Edwards. And again, the marshals, the hard-working marshals, we couldn't go racing without them. They have been dealing with the heat out there, and I've got to say, it's been mighty hot, and we're expecting another hot day today, reaching well over the 30-degree temperature mark. And again, they have put themselves on the front line against these drivers, really watching, keeping them safe all the way throughout it. Kirill Kutskov, they're also starting on the third row of the grid. Kutskov has impressed because qualifying didn't go well. 23rd overall for Kirill Kutskov, but delivered in the heats, P4s, P5s. So he's had good results as well. He's also been plagued with an 11th place. That's put him back a little bit in this superheat phase. He's not in superheat A, he's in the B1, and he's on the third row of the grid. So yeah, it's plagued a little bit with that one. But again, it shows the pace is there. It was just a bad qualifying.
Yeah, certainly so. And it's never easy to come back from a difficult start of a weekend, but some of those drivers can actually achieve that. And if you're wondering about the livery of those cars, there's a good reason to that. We have about 6 Birrelat drivers within the top 10 of that race. So that's a lot of Red Army in the upper part of the classification, with a lot of good chances of success coming to the 16 next laps. As the green flag is about to be waved. There you go, a little push from the mechanic, allowing the drivers in for the 2 warm-up laps around the layout of Val Vibrata. 1.3 kilometer, 10 corners, and a lot of challenging spots.
Certainly so. Let's take you through the starting lineup then for KZ2 Superheat B. Marcus Kayak and Marek Skrivan round out row number 1. Matthias Morgato and Daniel Vasile round out row 2. Cristian Bertucca and Kirill Kutskov go from row 3. Maniak Krosner and Zoe Florescu round out the top 8 on row 4. They'll have Jean Nimblom and Robert Kindervater on row 5. Corentin Rousseau and Kimi Tani round out row 6. They'll have Theo Blanc and Yaroslav Shevetalov on row 7. Eli Goldstein and Matis Bruges on row 8. They'll have Pavo Tonteri and Tim Lacati on row 9. Nicola Rossini and Artem Sevrukin round out the top 20 on row 10.
Row 11, we have Jens Ströer and Emma Felbermeyer, followed by Denis Tuya and Xavier Avramides. Milan De Garatu and Josep Viaterado on row 13. Row 14, we have Angelo Lombardo and Karl Lukaweski, as well as Alfredinho Yabiapina and David Walter on row 15. Row 16, Alexander Krashtain and Darius Papayona, as well as Eric Christianenake and Leonardo Luzzi. Row 17, row 18, Albin Sturesen and Massimo Valiante. Same formula as for the race before. 36 competitors, only half of that to be kept according to the point classification of the 2 races combined. And those classification points will be, of course, available to you on fiakarting.com. 36 tickets available coming to the final. As you can see, 39 degrees, 0.6 the track temperature, 28 in the air. Still fairly decent compared to yesterday, still in the morning here in Italy.
It's an early start.
Early start, yes indeed, as we had temperatures up to 55 degrees at some point yesterday for the track and above 32 degrees in the air. So it's still fairly reasonable in terms of weather. Fantastic, beautiful weather here in Italy as always.
Indeed. Right, well, drivers on their formation lap heading to the starting grid. Everyone is not there at the moment. Even our pole sitter Marcus Kayak, he's still keeping the pace nice and slow. He doesn't want to be there too long, but he's coming into the sort of final sector now where you've still got karts going in towards turn number 5. So again, the grid pretty spread out right now, so they do have to be careful that they are not stationary on that grid for too much longer. There is the mechanic stand where you see the plethora of hand gestures coming in thick and fast. A little further round the corner, you then see the grandstand, which is filling nicely with spectators, family, friends of the paddock as well. Again, if you are watching here and you're local to the Val Vibrata circuit, it's an open paddock. Come on down, watch some racing, because this today is going to be amazing. The finals coming up later on today. This race is going to seal the last nail in the coffin to determine who is going to start where for that final, who is going to make it into the final, and who is going to be eliminated. And we'll have to watch that race from the sidelines. It's KZ2. It's another packed grid of 36 hungry gearbox karts who are about to go racing here in the Italian sunshine. We get ready to go racing as the green flag is waved at the back. Nigel Edwards, our race director, will start the lights procedure with 3, 4, red lights, lights are out. We are racing in KZ2 down in towards turn number 1. There's a kart off in the background. They've not got away as it's wheel to wheel at the front. Kayak holds onto it, and unfortunately it's Alexander Glasstein out of the race. He has not had a good start at all, but the rest of the field have. Through turn 2, are they all going to get through cleanly? The answer to that is yes.
And a good getaway as well for Marcus Kayak, leading the way in front of Marius Trivian as Glasstein is able to get going again. That's always a good news for any other drivers as the field.
Oh
and
dear.
a big coming together just outside of turn number 3 on that opening lap. A couple of drivers involved, the 195 by the look of it as well involved, as one of the DR machines and one of the Birla drivers coming together. Big incident as for the first race.
So it looks like Milan De Gratu is one of them. Alangelo Lombarda is one of them as well. Alfredino Ibiapina is one. Alexander Glasstein we've already seen. Lucien Babanoa as well also involved. Slow procedure has come out, so the race has been neutralized. So that's a very interesting one. Looks to me like there's some drivers there in a little bit of discomfort out there. You can imagine the speeds were relatively high there going down in towards turn number 2. It's a big braking zone, and for a lot of the drivers, it's just one of those shaky moments. We are still under slow procedure, so the race has been neutralized right now as the medical teams and marshals go to the scene to see if everyone is okay. Marcus Kayak, though, as that slow procedure came out, was in the lead of the race. And let's have a look at that start again. Keep an eye right to the background. You'll see the 139 of Alexander Glasstein getting spat off at the exit there at turn, the start-finish straight. Through turn 1, all fine. Nice and slow there. You can see 3, 4 wide in the background, but everyone finding a piece of track to themselves. Here's another view of it. And what happened to Glasstein? Oh, just clipped the driver in front. Now that was Alfredino Ibiapina, and that might be the reason why we've not seen Ibiapina come through. That could be a damaged front left wheel on this one. This was down into hairpin number 1. Kayak in the lead of this one. Scrivan just holding on to it, but it was down at hairpin 2. Turn number 3, something had happened, and there was the exit of it there, and it's just the back end of the incident. So it looks like another driver, the 218, was also involved in that one, but managing to get going again. That would have been Karl Lukaszewski from Germany. But we are under yellow flag procedure, race neutralized, but clearly not the start they would have wanted in the Superheat 2, Guillaume, because again, those drivers now are at risk of not making it into the final.
No, definitely not, as I was keeping an eye on what's happening on track as well, with one of the drivers in discomfort indeed. And yeah, the coming together has been a little bit hard for one of them. This is Babayona, by the look of it, indeed. That is being taken care of by the doctors and the medical team of the Val Vibrata karting track. Is on his feet. That's something positive that we like to see. But now is on the sideline and being taken away to the medical center by the doctor. So thank God for that. Slow procedure still going on here on track. As we've lost as well Milan De Geratu, Angelo Lombardo, Alfredino Yapina in that coming together on lap number 1. Something that we never like to see at this stage of the competition. As Marcus Kayak was able to hold on to that lead in front of Marius Scrivian into that opening lap. Then Basile in third, Morgato, Bertucca, Kutskov, Noblo, Croze, Russo, and Zoe Florescu, your top 10 at the moment, as the yellow flag procedure will come to an end at any moment. Once we go green, racing will be back underway.
Indeed, it'll be at the end of this lap as the yellow flags now have stopped waving. They've gone stationary, which means when they get back to that start-finish line, we are green flag and we will go racing once more. Kayak then needs to get that jump off the line. Scrivan, though, needs to retaliate on this one. He can't be caught sleeping there in second place. He needs to be able to react as soon as Kayak does. The same for Daniel Vasili. He's there in third place at the moment. Again, he needs to really claim these positions. He needs to move up in the order because, like we were saying, current championship leader Spurgel is third in the intermediate classifications. Vasili at the moment is 7th. He needs the more championship points because it's going to make it much harder in the final. The gap's going to have to be much bigger, and it's more going the way of Spurgel's way because, of course, he was second in his superheat. Vasili needs to win this one to help him out as much as possible in that intermediate classification. We're not far from going green now as the pack bunches themselves up. We are getting ready for a race restart here in KZ2 Superheat B. Out of turn number 9, in towards turn 10. We are green and racing once again, and it's a perfect start for Kayak. He fends off any attempt from Scrivan and Vasili as they make their way out of turn 1, down in towards turn 2 now on lap number 5 of 16. It's a clean breakaway for the front drivers. No overtakes in the early stages as the rest of the field all slot into place. Morgato still there from Bertucca, Kutskov from Nomblom, Croze from Rousseau, Florescu rounding out the top 10. But at the front here, your top 3, Kayak, Scrivan and Vasili, are breaking away.
There we go. Let's see if the other drivers will be able to follow them through lap number 5 out of 16. This race is only getting started as Kayak indeed needs that win to secure a front row start coming to the final this afternoon. Scrivian, as might have other ideas in mind, is coming close on points to Matteo Spurgel, so one win will help him out to find himself P3 onto that grid. Third place on the starting grid is the second best position you can find behind pole position, taking the tow on the way to turn number 1 certainly. As on the inside goes the 104 of Christian Bertucca. What a send from the Italian on Matheus Morgato from P5 to P4 for Bertucca, one of the young Italian champions of that category. Daniel Vasile, in the meantime, putting on the fastest lap, trying to stay within reach from Marius Scrivian. Follow that train. As further back, Bertucca and Morgato in the second part of that upcoming train. Kutskov at P6 from Jean Oblot, Meyer Croze, Corentin Rousseau, Robert Kindevata still very much in P10. A couple of climbers through the field as well, but we keep a close watch on the battle for the lead. As for the mechanics on the sideline as well, on the mechanic bridge by Parfermé. Look at Marius Scrivian trying to slide himself a little bit on the inside. Beautiful piece of driving from the Praga driver.
He keeps eyeing up a move into turn 1 as further back here. This is Jean Nimblon going down the inside. Nicely done. Gets past Kutskov. Now can Croze get the move done as well? The answer to that is no. He stays behind as Robert Kindevata now sets the fastest lap of the race. And guess what? He's just behind that battle on screen. Back here at the front, though, Kayak, he's under pressure right now. This is the battle for first place. Scrivan has been constantly on that rear bumper. He has not dropped off the back. He has stayed right there. It's the same as Daniel Vasile. He's right there in third place. He's ready to pick up any pieces that may come from these two battling. I think if Scriven's going to go for the move, it'll be in towards turn 1. He's constantly been checking it here. Watch it again. Down the inside again. He takes a tighter inside line. I think he's just trying to suss out, can he get it done if he gets the momentum out of turn 10. But it looks like Kayak's got the pace there. That Maranello kart looks so much faster out of that final couple of corners down the start-finish straight. It's when you get into the tight twisties here, through the hairpins, in through turn 5, where it goes left, right, through the hairpins. This is where the Maranello kart starts to struggle a little bit, and that's where you see Scrivan really latch onto him. There, you can see it again, the gap's closed back in again.
Yeah, fantastic piece of driving from any other contenders in the lead. As for now, we're reaching halfway through that Superheat B of the KZ2 class, number 8 out of 16 about to be completed into that never-ending turn number 9 onto the right, with gearing up into the middle, the left kick into number 10, flat out, approaching 140 km/h, even close to 150 with the toe. Crazy speeds by those KZ2 drivers. Let's not forget also that for Daniel Vasile, this championship points up for grab, 25 in the championship for the winner of that race. As 75, shall I say, for the winner of that race. But in terms of classification, there's 25 points up for grab for the leader of the classification overall. That will be Maxim Orlov, and catchable as it stands. Marcus Kaya second overall in the point classification, with Scrivian done in P4. So for Daniel Vasil, also P7 at the moment in the classification of points. It's important considering the championship battle against Mateusz Peugeot. It will all come down to the last race of the weekend, that's for sure. So stay with us for the entire day. Robert Kindevater finds himself under investigation as for now. Kindevater P8 at the moment. As you can see him right now, this is Christian Bertucca and Matheus Morgato, P4 and 5 respectively. Don't forget that if the same team, change of position. I was going to say there's no need for aggressive move between the two teammates. Even though Matheus Morgato is driving the Charles Leclerc colours. This is from the Lissone factory. But now, Morgato back up in front of Bertucca. Yeah, indeed. And their pace right now is a little bit daunting for the drivers ahead of them there. The battle for the top 5 could certainly be on in a few moments' time, because you can see here Morgato now with that pace and now getting past Christian Bertucca. He can now really go to work right now and close in on Vasile in 3rd place, because he's dropping back a little bit now from Scriva and Kayak. There has been no change between those two. They have stayed line astern. But like I say, we're only on lap 11 of 16. There are many laps to go in this one. We are waiting for that first move. But again, for Scrivan, if he does go for this move, does it benefit him a lot? Actually, I think it might here, because he could put himself up. Spurs still there in 3rd. That change could benefit him quite a bit here. He might be able to get up into 3rd overall in the intermediate classification. That would be 3rd for the final as well, and that is a very nice place to be. You said it earlier in this race, Guillaume, that inside line on the 2nd row is usually the 2nd best place to be if you're not on pole position. We go on to lap 12 now of 16. Still no change between these top 2, but Morgato again continues to close in. Daniel Vasili is under pressure now. 2nd in the championship, who needed to get past both of these two, now might find himself going backwards. Yeah, Morgato is seeing the opportunity to get past Daniel Vasile. There's 2 battles at once in the upper part of that classification. Lap number 12 of 16. Time is starting to run out for either Scrivian or Morgato to try to make the maneuver. As Christian Bertucca is keeping a close watch as well, even though he's dropping a little bit of momentum in turn number 7, the Italian driver down in P5. Kiel Kutskov still very much in P6 now, as he got ahead of Jean Nomblot. The Frenchman losing a place to Kutskov from Robert Kindevater in P8. Korza and Kimitani still down in P10. 2 little tenths of a second. That's what's splitting Marcus Kayak and Matheus Scrivian. Watch out for Morgato, is coming very, very close to Daniel Vasile. Once again, those two are not fighting for the same positions, but still he wants to go suddenly for the move. Matheus Morgato is in a race on his own. He has nothing to lose, the Brazilian with the fastest lap in the bag. Vasile, a little bit more pressure on his shoulders considering the fight for the title. Morgato, after that difficult opening run in Alcaniz, in much better pace and the situation here in Val Vibrata. And stands in P6 on equal points with Alessio Piscini as it stands. So that might actually do him quite a favor, Matheus Morgato. If he were to get ahead of Daniel Vasile, he would find himself P5 on the starting grid if it doesn't change, which is not at all a bad position to start from for the 23-lap final, as Leonardo Liuzzi is another driver under investigation. And certainly so. So that battle for 3rd place
most certainly could be on in a few moments' time. The same as this one here, Skrivan and Kayak. They've stayed line astern, but again, yet to see that overtake. Let's have a little look further back in the field. You were talking about Leonardo Liuzzi there under investigation, as unfortunately pulling in to the pit lane and out of this race is the 129 of Javier Avramidis. Unfortunately, the Australian will go no further, and that might be his weekend over as well. He might not make that final with that retirement. We're going on to lap 15 now. There is not a lot of time left in this race, and already we're seeing more dramas. Actually, I'm seeing out of the commentary box window there is a kart being pulled out at turn number 3, and I think that might be Eric Anaki. Unfortunately, in the 146, he's tumbled down the order, or it could be another. There you can see. Now, who is that? Because I can't see the kart number. It is, yeah, Eric Anaki, who was unfortunately out of this race on the penultimate lap.
Yeah, too bad for the Deere chassis and the Deere driver as well. The team from 5-time world champion Danilo Rossi. As we're back in the lead, there's not much remaining into that race. We're about to conclude that superheat number 2 for the KZ2 class. And look at how close that is, just 2 tenths still between Marcus Kayak and Marek Skrivian. Daniel Vasili under intense pressure from Matthias Morgato, and Christian Batuka could actually have a say into this 3-driver tussle as well. Final lap, ladies and gentlemen. I do think that Marek Skrivian won't go for the move. That might be a little bit too risky and compromising what would be a good start finish position, but watch out, it's not the same for Matthias Morgato. He needs a point, he needs to get ahead of Alessio Piscini. There's a P5 start potentially on the starting grid if he can actually make his move. Batuka might have a similar intention as well. He might, yeah, he won't be able to get past Maxime Van Schalmen for a P9 start coming to the final, but still a maneuver could do him good as well, but he won't have the time, I'm afraid, as Marcus Kayak one last kick through the throttle, one last corner, and that will be victory in the superheat number 2 for the KZ2 category. Marcus Kayak and the Maranello chassis from SRP Racing Team triumphant once again here in Val Vibrata. It was pretty much a clean sheet for the Estonian driver, 4 wins out of 5, naked 5 with the superheat, and that will do him good as well with a 2nd place starting position coming to the final on the front row alongside Maxim Orlov.
Certainly so. Well, there's your race order then. Marcus Kayak securing that front row with that win will claim a nice chunk of championship points. Marek Skrivan finishing in 2nd ahead of Daniel Vasile. Matthias Morgato from Christian Batuka. Kirill Kutkov from Jean Nimblon. Robert Kinavata from Menihat Krosner. Kibitani gaining 2 places, rounds out the top 10. Corentin Rousseau and Theo Blanc round out the next 2 positions. They'll have Matej Bruce and Zoe Florescu. Tim Licati and Yaroslav Shavatalov finishes in P16.
P17, we have Jens Treur from Ali Goldstein, Emma Felbermeyer P19 and Artem Seveduk in P20. Leonardo Liuzzi, le Pavotonteri, just outside of the top 20. 23 is Nicola Rossini from David Walter, Josep Gatterado, Denis Tuya, Albin Sturesen, Karl Lukaweski, Massimo Valiante and Alexander Glashstein. We lost 6 drivers, unfortunately, at the end of the superheat number 2 in Xavier Avramidis, Eric Christian Enake, as well as Milan De Geratu, Angelo Lombardo, Alfredino Yabiapina, and Darius Babayana in a bit of discomfort. We do hope he's okay after that big coming together in turn number 1. As you can see, the effort has been really put out there from Marcus Kayak. It's very hot here, as we've said, in Val Vibrata, close to 30 degrees Celsius in the air. But for the Estonian, it doesn't seem to be bothering him at all, with another win in the bag and a front row start for the Maranello driver coming to the final this afternoon.
Certainly so. Looking forward to that one. Let's have a look at the highlights. Now, this was an interesting one. The start, absolutely fine. They got away, but right there in the back, Alexander Glashstein, that little bit of contact between himself and Alfredino Ibiapina not getting the start off the line. Obviously, he had to avoid that one when he came back across. This angle really shows it. Watch him there. comes through, bit of contact, and yeah, round he goes. So again, one of those very unfortunate things in there. You can just see frustration. That's one of those, that wasn't what I needed at all. Slow procedure did come out at the opening lap. That was due to the incident down at hairpin number 2. This is hairpin 1, this is turn 2. Absolutely fine. This was a really nice run through here. A little bit of contact there in the background, 3 wide. But there you can see, we're actually trying to recover this moment here. We don't actually see the incident. We see the aftermath, and you can see there a lot of momentum there going through the driver of Angelo Lombardi there as well. And Darius Babianoa was the main driver who was caught out in that one. That's what caused the slow procedure to come out. We were back green and racing. And from there, Guillaume, it was a pretty calm race for the top 3. They stayed in position. Morgato able to close in. Further behind, we did see the overtakes. There you can see Jean Nimrom getting that move done. He would gain 2 places, would finish in P7. But again, he wouldn't have that outright pace to close up to these battles here. This was Morgato on lap 10, going down the inside of Christian Patuca. That was what he wanted. Any more positions he could have gained, he could have gone up in the intermediate classifications, but as we witnessed on that last lap, was just unable to find that gap through. There, unfortunately, Eric Anaki in the 146, the last retirement on lap 15. As across the line, Markus Kayak from Estonia would claim his superheat win. He would put himself on the front row. He would get the second amount of championship points to his name. He would beat Spergel, Scrivan and Pacini, who would round out the top 5 in the intermediate classification. For Daniel Vasili, with that position finishing, he would be 7th overall in the intermediate classifications, meaning he's got a lot of work to do in that final if he wants to be European champion in KZ2. KZ Superheat is coming up next, though. We are looking forward to this one because all the way throughout this weekend, the Premier class has delivered. We have seen different race winners in forms of Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trefilov who have delivered over this weekend. But it is this man here, Lorenzo Travasanuto, who has put himself on pole position. He sits 4th in the championship. We caught up with him at the end of his qualifying heats.
Of course, you're one of the contenders, but you will be starting on pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. What do you think of that?
It's better than starting 2nd or 3rd, so no, it's okay. It's a decent point for the championship, although I think Senna is recovering well, so it will be honestly hard. He's really, really quick, and we'll see tomorrow. I try to do my best. We try to score as many points as we can, and then let's see who's going to be stronger is going to win.
Yeah, it seems like your only 3 days of preparation are once again paying off.
No, well, this time we came also here to Val Vibrata, so it's a tad more, but I'm also starting to get a little bit better at the starts compared to the first couple, so I don't know if I got lucky or got better, but let's see. I feel okay, I feel good. So we'll see if we can find some extra speed for tomorrow and then let the best win.
With the competition being that tight between you guys, you are the best in the world, where can you make a difference? Where can you find a little bit of extra confidence and pace coming to the biggest of days?
You try everywhere, pretty much. Anything that you can find, from tire pressure, chassis setup, you as a driver, engine, sprocket, carburation, whatever you can find, you look for everything. So balance the tires, whatever. So anything that we can really find, we'll try to do.
Well, great to catch up there with Lorenzo Travasanuto. Like we were saying, starting on pole position. Qualified P5, so certainly had some work to do. David Trefilov, though, starting on the outside of the front row. He's had, I think, probably a really good weekend. P5 in his first race, but he had 2 qualifying heat wins earlier on in the weekend after qualifying 7th. So again, he knows he's got the pace. He knows he can get past. He knows he can deliver over the course of this day. But the biggest story that we've seen in the KZ is Daniel Albanese. Now, he went into this weekend right there at the sharp end of the championship. Again, he's still 3rd in the championship standings, but he got caught out in that first incident in qualifying Heat 1. It really put him back in the order. So he's had to really fight back on this one. It's the same for Senna van Walstein. Here, though, on your screen, Lorenzo Camplese, 13th in time qualifying, 7th, 5th, and 4th over the course of his qualifying heats. He's put himself on the 2nd row. He's put himself in P3, and like we said earlier on, P3 is the 2nd best spot to be because you've got that inside line going in towards turn number 1. So that is exactly what he needs.
Certainly so, as Starting in the front row is one thing, of course, and some drivers will tell you, yeah, well, that's certainly more interesting than on the second one. But what we've seen here coming to turn number one is that the driver on the sideline to the pole sitter is, most of the time really pushed a little bit wide, unless he's able to make a better start than the pole sitter himself. But what we've seen is that the pole sitter with the advantage of being on the inside makes his way on the racing line and pushing a little bit the driver by Sun onto the left. When it comes to the inside line from P3, for instance, well, there's a big opportunity to just dive yourself onto the curb and maybe surprise them both. So we've seen that happening, and sometimes not the best of comfortable position coming to the front row starters. But the distance between the starting line and the breaking point of the turn number one is not that significant, as some of the marshals are busy on track, putting back some of the tire walls by the look of it, as we wait for the green flag to be waved. That will be the signal for the drivers to make their way onto the track. As you can see, the beautiful surroundings of the Val Vibrata region. We are here in the Abruzzo mountain region of the Adriatic coast of Italy. A first for the both of us, my dear Anthony, here in Val Vibrata. And it's been a while since we've been here with the FIA Karting Championship. The last time that the European competition was here was back in 2000, would you believe, with 2 rounds in 2004 and 2008 of the European zone qualifying races. So it's been a while since the last sanctioned CIK FIA race, 15 years or so since here in Val Vibrata. But what a comeback, what a weekend this has been so far.
It certainly has. As the engines fire up, it is superheat for KZ out on circuit. Let's quickly run through that full starting lineup. Lorenzo Travasanuto, after a brilliant day yesterday, started on pole position, and we'll have David Trevelov for company alongside Lorenzo Camplese and Pedro Hiltbrand round out row number 2. Paolo Ippolito and Victor Gustafsson, second in the championship, starts this one on the outside of row 3. Senna van Wallstein, the championship leader after his crash in Heat 1 with Daniele Albanese, starts this one on the 4th row of the grid, and we'll have the company of Giuseppe Palomba alongside. Tom Louillet and Jeremy Iglesias round out row number 5, and Stan Pex with Arta Carbonell go from row 6. Matteo Vigano and Jorrit Pex go from row 7.
Row number 8, we have Francesco Serlenta, and our pole sitter for this weekend, Daniele Albanese, who ran into some trouble indeed to get his weekend started, and will only be 16 on the grid. Still one of the contenders in the championship, as where he stands in P3. Leonardo Pelosi and Emilian Denner on the row number 9. Emilian Denner, another driver struck by bad luck in the opening race, as he went through a DNF into the first turn. And having to fight his way through into the field, he will only be starting P18 onto that grid. Further back on row number 10, Adrien Renaudin, the DR driver. Riccardo Longhi, the former European champion of this category as well, as team manager of the gearbox team from Pirelli, only P20 after some trouble as well for him. Marian Kremers, one of the standard bearers of the Tony Kart factory, on row number 11, with Louis Speck, the Dutchman from TB Kart by his side. Johan Sogel and Matteo Benedetti, row number 12. Row number 13, we have Francesco Leone and Nicola Bartolini. And on row number 14, Mattias Storgianni. 27 drivers onto that grid. Some of the best karting drivers on the planet, ladies and gentlemen, period. This is the KZ class, the prime division in the world of karting. As the track temperature is slightly going up, 44.3 degrees, 29 degrees Celsius in the air. It's getting hot. There's a lot of heat on track, in the air, in the head, under the helmets as well. That's what we're here for, to witness greatness and another chapter in the history books of karting.
We certainly are. We look forward to this one in the KZ category. It is very, very close in the championship standings between Senna van Wallstein and Victor Gustafsson. There is only a handful of points between them, the same as Daniele Albanese, who has dropped back a little bit after not scoring any points after the qualifying heats phase yesterday. But can he deliver in this superheat as the green flag waves at the back? The Premier class is one red light away from going green, and we are racing in KZ in Italy down into towards turn number 1. Around the outside is David Trevelov. Did he get the lead? No, he didn't. He swamps back. He's gone into 4th place, but look at it. It's Lorenzo Camplese for Italy leading the way into turn 2.
Wow, what a start from Camplese from the inside of the second row of the grid. As we said, B3 can be really fruitful in those conditions. And once again, beautiful demonstration from the Tony Kart driver as Camplese is leading the way on the entering lap number 1:16 just to go through. Second place as well as a good getaway for all the drivers. And as I said, that Emilien Denner, the number 7 from Saudi Kart, unfortunately, what on earth happened for the Frenchman? Denner in the grass and at the back end of the field. Once again, bad luck for the former International Super Cup KZ2 winner. Let's try to see what happened there in just a moment. But we're back with the leaders. Camplese in the lead. Zanuto getting ahead. But no, this is Pedro Hilbrand taking second place from Zanuto. Watch out for Gustafsson with the CRG machine. The former world champion trying to make his bid as well. On the outside, switching position, coming to turn number 3 on Zanuto, holding the inside line. Carrying a good momentum from the Swedish driver, but he has to stay behind before the kick in turn number 4.
Yeah, just didn't have the pace out of turn number 3. Has to stay there in P4. Zanuto, though, trying to push his hardest right now to close back up to the drivers in front, but they are now starting to slip away out of his grasp. It's still Camplese from Hilbrand, Zanuto from Gustafsson. Paolo Ippolito is there in P5. He's battling off Senna Van Wolstein. Now Van Wolstein, championship leader going into this one, needs to gain those places. He needs to move up as fast as he possibly can in this order, and you can see him behind at the moment not going for it. Where at the moment is Daniele Albanese? I can tell you he's up 4 places. This is what's happened to Emilien Denner going in towards turn 4 and 5. And yeah, he's just gone straight off there. Now, is that mechanical in nature because he just pulled it off the circuit? No, he's got it going. So, yeah, maybe something, just not going to go his way. A little bit of contact with another driver then out through that turn. Right, top 4, they're fine, they're clear right now. We're not seeing any scrapping between them, but trust me, I suspect we will at some point. We're only on lap number 3. We're now going on to lap 4 of this race. Keep an eye, though, on P5, 6 backwards. That's the one where it started to get interesting because you've got Van Wolstein in that one right now. He's now got past Paolo Ippolito, so Van Wolstein is closing in on his championship rival, Victor Gustafsson, who's there in P4. And you can see the Saudi Kart has already broken quite a nice gap between himself and the 4 in front as Gustafsson's falling off the back a little bit here. These top 3 are starting to break away. They're looking very comfortable right now, really pushing themselves through. On lap 4, down in towards turn number 7. How close could you be there for Pedro Hilbrand? We have not seen him up the sharp end like this before this weekend. His best result has been a P4 as one kart there going backwards. We'll try and figure out who that is, but yeah, that's not gone their way at all. Possibly Tongiani as well.
That's Leonardo Pelosi, I think, from the Parolin Racing Kart team.
Change for second place. Zanuto back up into P2. Hilbrand on the defensive. That's brought Gustafsson back into play. And keep an eye now, because now Senna Van Wolstein, with this battling, can close in. If they're not taking the optimal lines, they will not close in to Camplese, who's breaking away, but they will just bring in Senna Van Wolstein into this battle.
And while we're following the battle between the contenders here for the upper part, this is a disaster race for David Treffel, I'm afraid. He's only P9, 7 places lost since the start of that race.
Yep, Pelosi, I think, was the driver. Unfortunately, got caught out. The 95 is the one that's gone to the back of the field, so it's not gone too well for him there. Big, shaky moment for Victor Gustafsson out of turn 10. You can see how much he's pushing that kart to the limit, right to the edge. A lot of curb on the exit of turn 10. Back onto the start-finish straight and nearly had a big moment there. And again, Senna Van Wolstein, fastest lap of the race, 48.663. Yep. Incredible pace. He's closing in. He's pushing as hard as he can. And is this what happened to Leonardo Pelosi?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that is not a nice place to spin at all. That's at the exit of turn number 6. And there you can see, gives it a nice boost of throttle, gets it going again. But like you're saying, right at the back of the field now. On this lead here, Camplese, well, this is superb for Camplese. Brilliant racing from him. And he actually bumps himself up to second in the intermediate classification. He would start on the front row, but he'd be on the outside this time, not on that third place spot. So maybe it's, well, it's not going to go fully his way then, because he's been liking that inside line.
Yeah, we would have expected, actually, David Treffel to be in a much better shape coming to that superheat. after the performance has been showing out throughout the weekend, but only P9 and losing indeed front row start. Is it part of a strategy, considering that P3 can be really a position to be paying off here on the grid? I very doubt so, but still the pace is definitely not on the German driver's side when it comes to trying to secure that starting position onto the grid. Here's the battle, as you mentioned, Senna Van Wallstein. Look at him coming back on Victor Gustafsson. It's going to be a great battle for P4 between the world champion from CRG. Van Wallstein trying to sniff a little bit around the inside. Gustafsson is having none of it and close the door. It's been slammed pretty much hard as he's trying another option. Run the outside maybe. Oh, coming together! What on earth happened there? Van Wallstein, did he lose it just a tiny bit, or did he miss the gear? Was it something from Gustafsson? Did Gustafsson miss the gear or something? How on earth did they come to touch?
He must have. He must have. The closing speed on the exit of that turn there. I just don't think Senna Van Wallstein was expecting it, because he was accelerating out the corner and just straight into the back. That is massive, because they are the two championship contenders, first and second. Now, where has Van Wallstein dropped down to? I can tell you where he's dropped down to. He's gone back past Daniele Albanese. Albanese now up inside the top 10 in P9. Van Wallstein sits there in 11th place. Incredible. What happened here? Right down into the corner. Was it a missed gear? Out the corner. Yeah, it doesn't go. It stopped. It's a missed gear. Yeah. Gustafsson did not have the power. Van Wallstein did. That is a horrible incident. A horrible incident, because again,
different angle,
just nowhere he could go.
Nothing he could have done. So now Van Wallstein, Gustafsson trying to get back onto the pace, missing a gear by the look of it, and slight contact, but that was enough to ruin, very unfortunately, and certainly with no intention from Gustafsson, but ruining the race of Senna Van Wallstein as he was coming close to Swedish driver.
That was very close there through turn number 9. This is the likes of Daniele Albanese fighting his way through the field. Right now he's behind David Trefilov, who started this one on the front row of the grid. He has dropped down to P7 right now. He's still in this race. Daniele Albanese, he is helping out his fight, but at the moment he doesn't sit with inside the top 6. He doesn't even sit with inside the top 10 of the intermediate classifications. Further in the background there, down the inside, Palomba as well is struggling a little bit. He's going back with Stan Pex there as well, all going through. Here is Senna Van Wallstein going wheel to wheel with his champion rival, and Daniele Albanese slams the door closed out of turn number 6. Look at him. Now, this is super important for Daniele Albanese. The pressure on his shoulders right now. If he gets swamped into that pack, if he tumbles down the order, his championship fight gets weaker and weaker going into that final.
And we have a warning flag for Senna Van Wallstein from the official. Watch out! This is even number 8.
This is desperation.
And Stan Pex as well. Van Wallstein is trying to fight his way through, but he's having a very difficult moment right now, trying to shut that door coming to turn number 2. Look at the train of drivers, a very compact group of competitors there. That could go actually very wrong if the wheel keeps on touching that way. As one of the Charles Leclerc for the back, Matteo Vicano, Riccardo Longhi battling along as well. Those two haven't been through the best of weekends so far, but climbing through the field. Longhi 7 places up to P13, just behind Vigano. Some of the names that we haven't seen at the forefront since the start. As coming to turn number 7, one of the Birla out, I think, running into some trouble, going a bit wide out there. We're going to have to watch back what just happened. But it's fighting all the way through that field, up and coming. Lap number 12 about to be completed out of 16, as we're here on board. Jeremy Iglesias, the 28 from CRG, currently sitting in a 15th position. Riccardo Longhi just in front. So how many great names do we have in that pack of drivers?
We certainly do, but again, they're fighting in the wrong group right now. They need to be at the front here, but they are so much further up the order. Again, down it towards turn number 3. We see the jostling, we see the side-by-side moments, but again, everyone now just folding themselves into position. So on lap number 12, it's still Camplese who leads the way from Travasanuto. That battle you could see going into the final corner, while this group here are going into turn 7. So they're all mighty way behind right now. They're losing so much pace. Back here now, this is the likes of Victor Gustafsson, Paolo Polito, and Palomba just behind. You can see them battling away for P4 right now. And Gustafsson, well, amazingly, he's not lost out too much. Don't get me wrong, he's lost out on the chance of closing up to Hiltbrand, Travasanuto and Camplese, but he's still in P4. He's still clear, he's still at the front, and this is really helping out his championship fight.
Yeah, definitely so. We'll make the calculations once everybody is through that superheat for the KZ class. The intermediate final classification will be available to you on fiakarting.com as always, and this will be crucial to have a clear view on the different gaps coming to the last and most important race of the season. But Lorenzo Camplese doing a fantastic job up in the lead, even though Travis Zanuto just picked up a little bit of a 10th. He was slightly faster, 48.4 and 48.5 the last lap respectively for the two leaders. So Travis Zanuto on a very strong pace on the wheel of the spiraling machine. You heard him describe his reaction, his feeling on the Val Vibrata track. The training has not been certainly as consequent as some of his rivals for Travis Zanuto, but he did have a bit more days than for Alcaniz, the round one. And Spain didn't prevent him from stepping on the podium in P3. This time around, he's definitely imposing himself as one of the top contenders for the victory and maybe for the championship. We'll come to that in just a few moments once the classification is made official. But Camplese, let's not forget that those drivers have 1.5 set of tires to play with from qualifying to that race included. So it's fair to say that some of them might have waited until the superheat to put half of a new set of tires just to improve the performance and secure result. For the final, they will have 4 new wheels, so brand new, fresh set of tires to play with. As we're here back with the number 22 of Paolo Ippolito, Gustafsson, as well as Giuseppe Palomba with the Sodicat machine. That's a great battle between those three for P4. The second train of drivers, no contention whatsoever for the victory in this one, but a starting position up for grab coming to the final.
Certainly is. We are moments away from seeing that checkered flag, but we've still got that last lap board to see, which we'll see right now. The leaders cross the line. This is still the battle for P4 on your screen as Gustafsson tries to hold on to his championship hopes, staying there in P4. If he drops down any further than this, he'll be in a real tricky spot right now. He needs to stay in P4 right now on our screens. But at the front, Camplese, Travis Zanuto and Hiltbrand are breaking away at the front, as there again you're seeing Palomba trying to get the move done on Paolo Ippolito, but he just can't get that Sodicat down the inside. He will stay there in P5, P6 I should say, as Trefilov is beginning to close in. Here's your race leaders. No drama between these two. Lorenzo Camplese delivered from third on the grid, out of turn number 9 through 10. It's Camplese who takes his first win of the weekend, and it comes in the form of the KZ Superheat out of turn number 1. Exactly what he needed. The Italian is on top right now, but in the intermediate classifications, it doesn't put him on top because it's Lorenzo Travisanuto who is the driver who will start on pole position for that final later on today. We look forward to that one. But Camplese, Travisanuto, Pedro Hiltbrand from Victor Gustafsson, 1, 2, 3, 4. They can be delighted with the results. But that championship fight, Guillaume, it all falls down now to Victor Gustafsson. He closes that gap even more, and going into that final, the door again is wide open for the European title.
And we cannot wait for that final battle that will be taking place this afternoon here in Val Vibrata. Here's the classification in full for that superheat of the KZ class. Lorenzo Camplese picking up the victory at the right time in front of Travis Zanuto. Your pole sitter for the final, Pedro Hiltbrand third, Nico Gustafsson in P4 from Paolo Ippolito, Giuseppe Palomba, Davide Trefilov in P7. That's an interesting result for David Trefilov. At some point, remember, he was almost outside of the top 10, but picking up 7th place, that put him on equal points to Lorenzo Camplese. But considering that Trefilov had a better qualifying effort than Camplese, well, this is the Dutchman who will be starting from the front row of the grid alongside Travis Zanuto in the final. So this is a job that certainly he didn't expect. Certainly it's such a difficult race for him, but the job has been done for Trefilov. Damage limitation behind this man, Lorenzo Camplese, who will be just on P3 coming to the final. Danilo Albanese climbing 8 places up to top 8 from Senna van Warstein, having to make do with P9 after that. Coming together with Victor Gustafsson. Stanpex running up the top 10 from Tom Leyer, Arthur Carbonell, Riccardo Longhi, Matteo Vigano, Jeremy Iglesias, P15. Andrea Ronaudet follows through in 16 from Jory Pex, Francesco Celenta, Emilian Denner only P19 after another trouble race from Louis Speck, Marian Kremers, Johan Sogol, Matteo Benedetti, Francesco Leone, Nicola Bartolini, Leonardo Pelosi, and Mattias Torreggiani. So that's it, guys. Trevisanuto, as you could see, coming back to the scale. Let's have a look back at how things unfolded as Trevi had a perfect start on the inside of turn number 1 with David Trefilov trying to go the long way around, but Lorenzo Complese from P3 on the grid was absolutely fantastic on the inside, taking the lead in turn number 2. This is the position he should be starting the final from if it stays as it is. So watch out for Complese with the tourniquet machine. Certainly a bit of fine-tuning have been paying off in the meantime since yesterday, as Complese has been right up there with a couple of strong results. A P4 finish as his best so far, and now taking the win. Emilien Denner cannot say the same, unfortunately. Another trouble race for the Frenchman. His championship season has been going certainly not up to his expectations so far. But in the lead, the battle has been absolutely brilliant, with the 27 of Peter Hilbrand making his way through for second place at some point, in front of Trevisanuto, as well as Trefilov just behind.
Yeah, certainly so. The rest of the highlights here at the end of lap number 2, you can see the close nature of this battle, but the eyes are really focusing on Senna van Wallstein, who was able to close up in the latter stages of the race. That was the very dramatic moment for Leonardo Palossi, who was able to get restarted back into the race. He didn't actually finish at the back of this one. This was the move down the inside from Trevisanuto, getting back past Peter Hilbrand into second place, but that battle wouldn't unfold. This moment here later on in the race, this was a big one for Senna van Wallstein. Nothing he could do there. It was a misgear from Victor Gustafsson. From what we think, it's a misgear because you can see him. He's fighting with it. There's no go. He tries to get it down the gear, and it just doesn't accelerate out the corner. Unfortunately for Senna van Wallstein, nowhere he could go. And that, of course, also risks a nose cone penalty, of course, because he's gone right into the back. Luckily, the cut looked like it went up and over, not buried underneath. And with that, you could get a drop nose, but certainly puts him in a tricky spot. And then from there, he was then in a really tight situation, wheel to wheel with his championship rival, and Daniele Albanese not allowing him to get past at all. And that really put Senna van Wallstein on the back foot, because now look at the group that closed in, and you can see on this lap the frustration started to kick in. This moves here down in towards turn 1. You can see a little bit of desperation, and then the mistake. He misses the gear himself, and he almost carbon copies what Victor Gustafsson did, but this time at the exit of turn number 1. So again, it just shows that it's not easy in these KZ categories. Yes, if it was direct drive, it's just a case of accelerate and brake, but this, you've got to think about gears, you've got to think where you're braking. There's so much more to think about, and that's what makes these drivers the best in the world.
Yeah, certainly not the best race for Senna van Wallstein, who struggled indeed with Tom Loyer on his side, Matteo Vigano and Riccardo Longhi making their way through as well, as was a bit of desperation in the moves that we've seen from Van Wallstein, as Jeremy Iglesias making his bit on his way to P15. Not the best of weekend for the CRG World Champion. But in the end, there was one driver from Italy shining on home soil for the first time this weekend. Lorenzo Complese taking the victory for Tony Kart in front of Trevisanuto. A 1-2 finish for Italy in front of Pedro Hilbrand. Watch out for Pedro, because the former world champion is always picking up his timings just to be on top of his game. And this P3 finish will certainly, putting him on the second row of the grid, P4 for the final upcoming. This is the schedule of this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At 12 local time, the KZ2 Masters final to get us started for the final phase of the weekend. And we're going to have the KZ2 final at 1:10 and the KZ final at 2:10. Easy to remember. Don't forget that between each of those finals, we'll have the podium ceremonies to celebrate the top 3 drivers in each of those classes. So make sure to stick with us for what will be a busy and exciting afternoon of racing.
It certainly will. We'll see you in 1 hour and 22 minutes for the finals, but do not go anywhere. We are ending the day very soon here for the final round of the European Championship for the FIA Karting. It is KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. We'll see you in a moment.
should dive into the pit lane and then might come
Situated in the beautiful Abruzzo region of Italy, surrounded by rolling hills and historic villages, a journey through the stunning landscapes and close to the Adriatic coast, here the spirit of classic karting thrives. Welcome to the Kartodromo Val Vibrata. This Italian circuit is renowned for its old-school character, a true gem in the world of karting. And this weekend, it plays host to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Year of opening, 1987, the event record set by the Italian Daniele Albanese in time qualifying with a 48.112. People have got close to beating that, but haven't beaten it so far this weekend. A closer dive into the circuit itself, an absolutely brilliant venue. 160-meter start-finish straight, spanning into a 112-meter new back straight into a brand new part of the circuit down at turn 7, 1,286 meters, 8 to 10 meters wide, with 3 meters of elevation change. The circuit as well comprises with 10 corners out there. It is an absolute stunning circuit. Underneath the mountain, 6 turns to the right, 4 to the left, and 3 hairpins. Those hairpins all provide perfect overtaking opportunities. We have seen them in towards turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, 5, and turn 7, and maybe a couple through turn 9 as well over the course of this weekend. Top speeds, drivers will be reaching a dizzying 144 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn number 1. That converts to about 90 miles an hour with an average speed of 90 kilometers an hour and 55 miles an hour. It is a fast-flowing, demanding circuit, and all the way throughout this weekend we have had some fantastic racing. We had the superheats earlier on. They're all done and dusted. We've had to say goodbye to many drivers. We're down to just the last remaining drivers in all 3 categories, KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Myself, Anthony Jordan, in the commentary box. Guillermo Alvarez joining me in the box throughout this weekend. There you can see the grandstand filling up with everyone getting ready to witness the beginning show before the racing. Always the favourite part of the weekend, Guillaume, because we get to see some fantastic culture from the region we're racing in.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you once again ever so much for tuning in on FIAKarting.com, on Motorsport TV, all through social media, on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram as well, to keep a close watch on the final round of this year's FIA Karting European Championship for the KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. What a beautiful location. It is indeed on the Adriatic coast of Italy, under the beautiful sun and high temperatures of this beautiful part of the world, as we get ourselves ready for the last 3 of 27 races we've lived together live here on YouTube from Val Vibrata. The 3 most important of them all, the conclusion of this year's European competition for the gearbox categories, the prime classes in the world of karting. As this is our pleasure from Anthony Jordan and myself to welcome you here with the RGMMC crew and the entire federation. Thank you, grazie mille once again to Val Vibrata, the Kartodromo, back on the karting calendar for the first time since the last European Championship for the Formula C and ICC classes back in 2000. Many CIK FIA races have been taking place here over the past few decades, but it's been almost a quarter of a century since the last proper European Championship race. We've had South Zone qualifying races over the past few years. The last one 15 years ago in 2008. World Championships have been won on this soil. Val Vibrata is one of the oldest track still in activity as part of the FIA Karting calendar, opened in 1997. Couple of very prestigious races over the years, but it's been a while since we've had the pleasure of competing here on this home soil. One of those dates to keep in mind, 1993, more than 30 years ago, 3 decades ago. This is here that Alessandro Piscini, one of the legends of the sport, took his 4th and last World Championship title. Many of them Italian, especially, have won here on this soil. as in 1995 also Gianluca Beggio, the 5-time world champion, picked up his first ever title here in Val Vibrata, as the Italian colors are flying into the air and the fireworks are being shot here in Val Vibrata, just in front of the grandstand, full of passionate people. It's fair to say that the atmosphere, the passion can be felt throughout the entire weekend. And once again, we thank you ever so much for attending the event. Please join us if you find yourself in the area. There's plenty of excitement on and off the track.
It certainly is. As the show does begin, we welcome onto the track the Quintana group from Ascoli Piceno, who will perform and will listen to the vibrant music of the Abruzzo region of Italy. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give a huge round of applause to the Quintana team from Ascoli Piceno to give us that absolutely fantastic display of sounds and colors before we get started for the next three finals, kick-starting with KZ2 Masters coming up right now, and this one, Guillaume, couldn't be closer down to the wire. You've got two drivers who are starting next to each other on the grid, and they are separated by just 2 championship points going into this final. It is, of course, KZ2 Masters drivers aged 35 years plus, 37 entries into the weekend, 16 different nationalities going on to the circuit over the course of the weekend. We have got a packed grid of drivers. Power unit 125cc outputting a staggering 50 brake horsepower in such a small kart, only weighing 180 kilos with driver. That is an incredible power to weight ratio that these karts perform that can accelerate up to and over 100 miles an hour on the circuit. But the rest of the weekend as well, the tyres, the Dunlop DHH tyres they'll have used over this weekend, they have not had to deploy the wet tyres at all, but they do get the allocation of 1.5 sets. That's gone because now they get a full set for this final as they get ready for what is set to be a brilliant and enthralling race. Here's a look at the championship standings then on screen. Davide Fore for Italy leads it, but only by 2 championship points from from France's Anthony Abbas. Christian Haublin, third in the championship standings with 109 from Ricardo Nallon, 102. Lamattina with 84 and Profico with 68. Basically, it's a four-car battle for that one. But now the drivers are lined up ready. We'd like to listen to the national anthem of Italy. I'm not going to lie, I love that national anthem as we get ready to go racing here in Italy. The sun is shining, the temperature is rising, and we are moments away from seeing that green flag at the start of this race. But before that, of course, the medal ceremony that takes place at the start of any weekend. Of course, for all the drivers over the course of this weekend, so many of them enter into it, but only a handful can make it into the final. Luckily for the KZ2 Masters, it's one big group, so they've all made it into this one. But certainly for their positions that they've got into it, it's been a very dramatic and demanding time for all of the drivers. But now, of course, they can relax and they can enjoy a medal ceremony.
Definitely so. The medal, the first reward for the top 36 drivers here in this class. There's a little bit less than that, 27 here on the grid, 36 being the maximum. But the KZ2 Masters are right now the top of the standings, the top of the classification and the class all throughout the season, as the officials have started giving out the medals to some of the protagonists, including Davide Forri and Anthony Abbas, two title contenders in this category.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, they'll get themselves all sorted out. Again, a 10th time now. They've built themselves up to this sort of situation where they've had the qualifying heats. They had the round, of course, in Spain, in Alcaniz. Now here at the Val Vibrata circuit in Italy. This is where it starts to get a little bit more tense now because, like we were saying, 2 championship points separating those two drivers. And it's not like one's at the front of the grid and one's at the back of the grid. Anthony Abbas is starting P5. Davide Forri is starting P3. They are line astern on the inside going in towards turn 1. This is a tense moment because, of course, it's basically whoever wins this race out of those two could win the championship.
Definitely so. And there won't be just those two contenders battling for the win and battling for the title. It's basically, up to this point, a top 4 driver battle because, technically speaking, if you look at the current state of the championship, we've still 50 points up for grab, plus 1 for the fastest lap. Still a lot of points up for grab for the one who will be standing on top of the podium. And currently we have indeed Davide Forri, Anthony Abbas very close on points, but also, mathematically speaking, Christian Haublin as well as Ricardo Nallon, 3rd and 4th respectively. Even if it goes wrong in this race for any of the close rivals in front of them, well, that maybe could go their way.
Certainly could do. It's an important one for the grid, but it's also an important one for David Malcolm from New Zealand. It's his birthday today, celebrating this on the finals. But as the karts make their way to the grid, we will look through the starting grid. Mirko Mizzoni starting it on pole position. Ricardo Nallon joining him on the front row as they fight in the championship. Ricardo Nallon 4th in the point standings. Davide Forri is starting on row number 2. We'll have Christian Haublin alongside 1st and 3rd in the the championship standings, but their close competitors are right behind them. Anthony Abbas and Alessia Lamartina, who does have a fighting chance, 5th in the championship standings, and starting this one P6. Roberto Profico and Antonio Peccioni round out row number 4, and again, a very close run between those two in the championship. Andrea Spagni and Joran Boss round out row number 5 and the top 10, 12th in qualifying for Joran Boss, but he's certainly delivered over the course of these races. Adriana Castro and Inir Gandolfi round out row number 6. They'll have Ricardo Avila and Ludovic Badi rounding out row number 7.
Row number 8, we have Maurizio Giacetti and Samuel Gaffner on the row number 8. Row number 9, Isla Ibrahimov and Gregory Leder, the Frenchman, will be starting from 18 on to that Gregory Leder at the wheel of one of the Sodicat machines entered into the KZ2 Master category. Row number 10, Scott Presti from the United States of America and Sebastian Leder, the Frenchman, another one at the wheel of a Sodicat machine. Row number 11, Tommaso Giampoli and Stian Poulsen from Norway. For the back, row number 12, Mark Wollanzer and Eduardo Martins, one of the two brothers from Brazil. And row number 13, we have David Malcolm, whose birthday that is today. Happy birthday, David. Alongside him, Andre Martins, the other brother from Brazil. And at the back end of the grid from Mexico, Carlos Medina. 27 competitors lining themselves up on that starting grid. KZ2 Masters final coming our way as Mirko Mizzoni is the one to beat into that race. He's been absolutely magnificent from qualifying all the way to this race.
There is David Malcolm, who's starting this one 25th on the grid. A big happy birthday to him as he has a nice big smile on his face there as he puts his helmet on. Brilliant to see their drivers racing, of course, all the way throughout their ages. Great to see such a packed group of drivers as well. The Masters class, in their first ever appearance in the European Championships for the FIA, have certainly delivered, and like we're saying, giving a really close fight. We're going to see two absolute karting titans go wheel to wheel, multiple champions who are only separated by 2 championship points going into this final. Anthony Abbas and Davide Fore. There's a look at your driver championship standings at the moment. Their confirmation of Fore and Abbas, who are separated by the 2 championship points. Christian Halblin with 109 as well has still got a fighting chance. The same with Ricardo Nallon and as well Alessia Lamartina. If you look at it points-wise, it's a very thin chance, but if anything went wrong for anyone in that top section, he might sneak through, but it's a long shot. Roberto Profico as well, there in 6th place. He can gain positions, but he's not in the fight for the championship standings, the same as Spagni, Mazzoni, Boss and Mix. So there, Mirko Mazzoni right now, he's in the fight to win a championship round. That is what he's in the fight for right now. He wants to stand on the top spot of that podium in his home country, and who could blame him? But for a championship, it's just not his for the taking. But certainly, he could really play a pivotal role in this championship fight.
Definitely so. Mirko Mizzoni, that we had the interview a couple of times during the weekend. More than willing to put those Ital Corse on top of the podium, but he's going to have a big job to try to provide because the opposition will, as always, be very strong behind him. And he will be certainly one of the referees, the best placed in the fight for the European title between the 2 giants. Just behind him, Davide Fore and Anthony Abbas lining in 3rd and 5th respectively on the inside. Ricardo Nallon at the wheel of a spiraling machine from the SRS Motorsport Racing Team. A little bit of a prayer, a few words of concentration before getting themselves into that bubble of focus. And behind the wheel, always very interesting to see the little habits of those drivers just before getting themselves ready for racing, as Ricardo Nallon will be alongside the pole sitter on the outside line coming to turn number 1.
There is Davide Fore, who at this moment in time is the championship leader with 127 championship points. His rival is in the Sodicat directly behind him, Anthony Abbas in the 325, who is just 2 points behind with 125. This couldn't be more tense going into this one, Guillaume. Drama has ensued in KZ2 Masters over this weekend. We've seen red flags, we've seen slow procedures, we've seen the busy races, we've seen frantic battles, and right now it's all going to lead down to this one. The engines fire up. There, our race director, Nigel Edwards, is at the ready to start the first final of the weekend as we are moments away from crowning our first European champion in the gearbox categories in the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships. Temperatures now starting to rise at the circuit. Air temperature up to 33 degrees. It is a very warm day. It has been warm all weekend. The rubber has been planted down on the circuit courtesy to Dunlop, but all the way throughout this, our drivers have just got faster and faster as the weekend has gone on. And right now, with a fresh set of boots on board every single one of those karts, it's a free game right now for all the drivers. You don't know what's going to happen. The tension's building. Guillaume, I'm so looking forward to this final.
We all do indeed. 24 laps to go through, 2 formation to get those Dunlop tires up to temperature. We're back to square one when it comes to the tires indeed. Fresh 4 boots for each of those 27 drivers entering that big and much awaited finale, as a couple of contenders can indeed get their hands on the trophy at the end of this race, but only a couple, only maximum to 4, but certainly just down to 2 will get their hands on this year's first ever KZ2 Masters European title. And would you believe that Anthony Abbas, one of the 2 contenders, as from race control, Mr. Chris Lambrecht in the middle, Joanna Falcao and David Manchester will be our eyes and ears from behind the scene, keeping a close watch on anything that's happening on track with the help of many cameras surrounding the layout. They are the ones to make sure that the racing is going according to the book, and any decision, any penalty made by the officials might come from them. So if you see investigation flag popping up onto the screen, we'll get to that into more details, but that means that they actually try to analyze race fact, a race incident, a potential infraction of the rules. But as for now, Anthony Abbas, who has a chance to pick up what would be his first ever FIA Karting title. I don't believe I'm saying these words, because Anthony Abbas, for those of you familiar with the world of karting, has had an immense career with 2-time vice champion of the world in the KZ class. On 3 occasions he was on the podium of the European season, but never at this point could he lay his hands on a proper title. So that's one he's missing. Today might be his chance. Davide Forre has a list of achievements, endless pretty much ever since the 1990s. So he would not say no to certainly another title to his tally. These are the 2 best contenders for this year's KZ2 Masters crown. But let them race first of all, and let's see who comes on top.
Certainly so. A look at the temperature, 33 degrees out there. Track temperature, because we've had quite a lengthy break, has cooled down a little bit, but it sits currently at 46.1 degrees track temperature. That's going to get hotter as this race goes on, as the rubber goes down. It is really going to build up now as, well, like you say, brand new Dunlop tyres are fixed to all of the karts out there. This is going to be an almighty race. We might even beat our lap record that we set, or the event record in time qualifying in KZ later on, purely because they've all got brand new tyres again. And with the race pace that we have seen drivers get tantalizingly close to that time, but not being able to beat it. Front of the grid is lined up, ready to go. The back of the grid is yet to get in formation. This now is a pivotal moment, because the tyre temperatures at the front of the grid are now starting to cool down, while the drivers at the back will have the fresher, warmer tyres starting this race. The grandstand is full. Every spectator viewing area around the circuit is full, as the first European Championship decider is about to get underway. It is KZ2 Masters, and we wait for the green flag at the back. We get that green flag. We wait for the lights. Nigel Edwards starts the procedure. It's 3, 4 red lights. Lights go out. We're racing in KZ2 Masters for the last time this year, and it's a lightning start from Mirko Mazzoni, but Nallon tries to go around the outside. There's contact, and off the circuit. Is that Davide Forre? I don't think, is it? Is it the 103? I don't know. I couldn't see the number. It's the 301. It is Davide Forre. The championship leader, is off at turn 1, and it's an absolute disaster. Anthony Abbas has been gifted the title so far.
What on earth happened there? We might need to see that again, but drama for Davide Forre, the 4-time world champion, being pushed out of the way onto the grass just outside of turn number 1 at the start of that final. We need to see that again, but what on earth happened there? Disastrous start of event here, as the finals is only get going. But let's have a look at the classification as they come along. Apart from Davide Forre, it was a pretty good getaway for everybody into the field, leading the way. Mirko Mazzoni for pole position. Andrea Spagni climbing 7 places Oh, this is Alice. Oh, this is Piccioni. My apologies. Antonio Piccioni, who actually took advantage of that mayhem into the opening lap to climb 7 places up to P1. Andrea Spagni, 7 places gained up to second place, now being overtaken by Ricardo Nalon. And look at the classification, as you can see. Anthony Abbas promoted to P1. 11 points clear from Ricardo Nalon, now in second place. Davide Forre falling to P3. Individual championship. We're gonna have to wait the end of the race to make our conclusions. But one thing is for sure, Davide Forre is 25th and dead last of this final. Anthony Abbas is currently in P5, trying to catch up with Alessio Lamartina and Andrea Spagni up to P3. But what a big turn of event just before the battle was about to begin.
Yeah, exactly that. The championship fight has been split wide open right now as we see Halblin trying to battle his way further down in the field. The track temperature has gone up right now as a cheeky move down the inside for Anthony Abbas as he tries to make his way back up into his original starting spot of P5. Lamartina back to P6 now as Piccioni sets the fastest lap of the race, 50.222. But at the front, Mirko Mizzoni leading the way with Antonio Piccioni. 6 places gained. Piccioni has not even been up in the top 3 at any point this weekend. His best result's been a P5. He finished 18th in that pre-final, or in the Super Heat earlier on. And there you can see him in the yellow livery kart. He's right there in second place and he's fighting for a podium.
Yeah, correction to myself for a moment. I thought that Mirko Mizzoni was further back in the classification, but it just updated itself on the ranking. And as you can see, the pole sitter is indeed, well, in first place. Piccioni, while in the same time, indeed climbed 6 places up to P2. So a great starting opening lap for the driver at the wheel of that beautiful yellow machine. But Andrea Spagni down in 4th place in front of Ricardo Nalon, just behind Ricardo Nalon, who lost second position to Piccioni. Mirko Mizzoni with the Italcourse machine in the lead. He's been used to find himself in that position all throughout the course of the weekend. Mirko Mizzoni, the pole sitter for the second time in the KZ2 Masters history. Last season at the World Championship event in Wackersdorf, Germany. He put it on pole already. Couldn't translate that into winning results. But from his second pole position, 1 victory, 2 second place and a 4th in the Super Heat was enough to put it on pole.
Let's have a look at this start.
Yeah.
What had happened to Davide Forre? You can see the 301 right on the inside on the left-hand side of your screen. He now comes through the corner. A little bit of contact there with Christian Halblin. Out, and he makes contact with Ricardo Nalon. He makes contact with Nalon. Nalon's still in the race, but there, as soon as he's on the outside, it buries into the dust and grime, and he's just got no go. Here's another view.
I think that Christian Halblin had something to do in this incident as well. The Croatian driver with the TB kart livery. Yeah, there might have been, it was with Christian Halblin actually that the incident occurred with Davide Forre. As a result, Christian Halblin fell a couple of places down the classification. Is P8 at the moment, Halblin. So 2 of the championship contenders banging wheel into that first hairpin. Davide Forre had been struck by bad luck earlier this weekend, don't forget. That's why he wasn't certainly starting as high as he would have liked. He had a P18 at some point in his first qualifying heat, and another disaster for him.
Right, Ricardo Nalon has closed in. The battle for the front runners is most definitely on, and their fastest lap of the race for the Italian, 49.542, has launched his attack on Antonio Piccioni, who is there in second place right now. Spagni is right there as well in P4. He's up 5 places. He's having a great run as well. He could come away with a top 3 finish here, but there is still a long way to go in this race. We're only on lap 6 of 24 at the moment. There into the pit lane and out of the race, unfortunately, is Carlos Medina. And there, Davide Forre on your screen is retiring from this race. The championship leader going into this one is out, and his title fight in the European title is gone. But the battle here at the front, though, is still on. Mizzoni, Piccioni and Nalon. Well, Mizzoni and Piccioni, they're not fighting for the championship. But Ricardo Nalon, who's there in 3rd place, is. Now, he is second in the points. Anthony Abbas, who's currently in P5, is leading with 155 championship points. Ricardo Nalon, who is there in P3, has 141. Now, if he can get to the front of this one, that will help him out. But I don't think it's going to be enough with Anthony Abbas sitting there in P5. There, what can you say? Davide Forre, he gets consolation from his mechanic, but, I mean, it's not enough. It's not enough. I mean, it's a title. It's a European title for the Italian, and it was taken away on lap 1 at turn 1. And my goodness, what can you say? Here though, Nallon to second place. That's going to change the championship just that little bit. Ricardo Nallon into P2, now gets past Piccioni. Piccioni down to third place, he'll have to deal with Spagni. So we'll update on the championship points. Does that affect it? It's 155 to 140. That position change will update it. They'll go over the timing being now at the exit here. It goes from 140, and does it change? We might have to wait until the start-finish line, but it helps him out. He will gain those points, but again, you've got Anthony Abbas in P5. If he can get these positions done, he can really secure that championship fight if he can get past. You can see him right there now behind Spagni. He has closed in on this one, and he's going to try and go for the move, but Spagni denies him the first attempt.
That's very interesting indeed, because Ricardo Nallon, it just updated itself, the classification. 146 for Ricardo Nallon, the driver in second place. His second in the championship to Anthony Abbas. The victory in this race, keep in mind, is 50 points. Second place is 44 points, 6 points down. If you add the fastest lap, you can actually take 7 points maximum into this race, which means that if Ricardo Nallon...
Change, and it is! It's Nallon to the lead, and Mirko Mazzoni's got a problem. Mechanical failure for the Italian who was leading the way. The pole sitter in qualifying is out of the final here in Val Vibrata. He will go no further, and Mirko Mazzoni will slowly trundle into the pit lane, and he's another Italian legend out of this final.
And Anthony Abbas still very much in the lead of the championship, but closing on points. Ricardo Nallon, your new leader of the KZ2 Masters final, is coming 7 points just behind in second position. So if he stays like that, Anthony Abbas will take the title. But if he keeps losing any more places than P3 as it is, well, that might go the way of Ricardo Nallon throughout the final. We're not there yet. Lap number 10 out of 24, but we just lost in the course of 10 laps. Davide Forre and Mirko Mazzoni, the championship favorite, the pole sitter and favorite for the victory, falling like flies in Val Vibrata. Drama here for joining us for the first of 3 finals this afternoon. Ricardo Nallon is leading the way, half of a second from Antonio Piccioni, should I say, in second place. Abbas down in third, and we have Spagni, Lamartina, Profico, Abulin still very much with us in 7th after the event of the opening lap. Andre Nicastro, P8, in front of Samuel Gartlet. Buddy.
Anthony Abbas is under investigation. Now, what could that be for? Now, that's very interesting, because there is a championship fight up for grabs right now, and with Anthony Abbas there in third place, he is in position to be championship winner at the checkered flag. Now, Ricardo Nallon has 152 championship points. He's there in the lead. He can't do any more than that, and maybe even with the fastest lap, that could help him out a little bit more, but he can't do any more than that. Anthony Abbas has 163, so he's cleared by 11 points right now, sitting there in third place. But the battle behind heating up, I don't think they're going to be able to close in here. Anthony Abbas is just going to be able to drive away, but he's under investigation, and I'm really curious to find out what that investigation is for, as very wide, and wide is Alessio Lamartina, who loses out to Profico and Halblin, as Ennio Gandolfi, unfortunately, is our latest retirement. The 322 goes no further.
Yeah, that's a shame for one of the legends as well of the karting world. He was back behind the wheel after 20 years of not racing for the first time here in the KZ2 Masters European Championship. The former World Cup winner back in 2004. It's a shame for Ennio Gandolfi. Hopefully he will be back stronger at the World Championship event that will take place in Portimao, Portugal in a few months, a few weeks' time. And we wish the same to Mirko Mazzoni, Davide Forre, and Thomas Mick, also the Frenchman who was with us this weekend, one of the contenders of the opening run in Alcaniz, but could not compete in the end. Hopefully he will be back stronger as well for the revenge, certainly for both Mazzoni and Davide Forre. Well, in the meantime, fastest lap for Ricardo Nallon. He just understood the importance of the mission he finds himself in. Almost a second advantage on Antonio Piccioni. If he stays where he is, still 10 points to try to climb to steal the title to Anthony Abbas, still in third place, under investigation, don't forget. We don't know yet what that might mean in the end of the race. We will only get some information, the confirmation of something or not happening to Anthony Abbas post-race, unfortunately, but we'll keep you up to date accordingly. And as for now, championship-wise, That would go the way of the Frenchman as we're here on board with the Tony Karts. This is happening further back. Christian Haberlin at the wheel of the TB. Roberto Profico 305 just in front. This is a battle for P5 into turn number 2. As 1 full second between the two leaders. Abbas 8 tenths down, so a relatively steady top 3 as we speak on lap number 14. 10 to go after this. But behind, Profico and Haberlin fighting their way through, trying to get themselves close to a podium finish.
Certainly so. We'll keep an eye on this on lap 14 now of 24. 10 laps to go of this race, and it's all calm at the front. Riccardo Nallon leading the way now by 1.3 seconds from Antonio Piccioni. Still there in second place. He's had a fabulous race so far, holding on to those 6 places he's gained. Anthony Abbas in third place is closing in, but not at a rate of knots that I think needs to worry him. There is still around 7/10 of a second between the two of them right now, so we'll keep a close eye on that battle. Andrea Spagni still there in P4, Roberto Profico from Haublin, La Mattina in P7. No changes between the top 17 on that last lap, as we still have more retirements in this race. Unfortunately, Stein Poulsen has also retired. The driver from Norway, who started on the 22nd spot of the grid, is also out of this race. Eduardo Martins still at the moment for Brazil, running in 21st place. Is some time away though from the front runners, but still having a very strong race out on track. Lap 15, we're going on to lap 16 now, and again, it's such a shame to see a championship end in such a way for Davide Forde. We see him at the start of that race. It's not the start he would have wanted at all. Dropping out of the race as well. An absolute heartbreaker. We've seen it time in, time out over a driver's career, of course, but the older you get, it doesn't get any easier, does it?
No, it does not indeed, and Davide Forde will come back stronger. There's no doubt about that. He's been through a lot, ups and downs as well in his career, competing ever since the 1990s, would you believe? Davide Forde is one of the competitors still going strong in the world karting, who used to be competing on the shorter version of the layout of Val Vibrata, because the track here had been extended a few years ago to 1.3 kilometers. But he's not the only one of the drivers like Paolo Di Conto, who did not compete in the KZ class this weekend around, but also Andrea Dale or previous drivers like Matteo Vigano in the KZ class. They've been here more than 50 years ago on what used to be a shorter version of Val Vibrata. 1.2 seconds between the two leaders, 2 tenths between Roberto Profico and Christian Haberlin. This is a battle eating up on your screen into turn number 3. I do believe that's only a suggestion that Christian Haberlin might want to wait certainly for the later stages of that race, try to surprise his opponent. There's always a risk going for that bet, because that means that you won't have much time remaining on your hand to try to get that maneuver done. But if you choose to go for the launch a little bit too early, that will give time on the other side for your rival to come to attack, and you might find yourself trapped before the checkered flag.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Riccardo Nallon doing a brilliant job in first place and has taken that fastest lap of the race, which gives him that extra championship point, puts it to just 10 points between himself and Anthony Abbas in third place. But there, Antonio Piccioni, a brilliant performance from him. But again, I suspect it might get a little bit more interesting for him because he has got Anthony Abbas closing in behind. You can see how much he's reeling him in corner by corner here. The gap is down now to 0.5 of a second between these two. But again, they need to be careful, because if he defends, which Piccioni's going to defend here, he's in second place in the final. He's not been this high. Trust me, he wants that second place spot on the podium here. But if they do battle away, Spagni will have the chance of closing in, because he is right there behind. In fact, even one defensive move will bring those three together completely out on circuit. As we go on to lap 19, the time is quickly running out on this one, Guillaume. Pressure is starting to build. If you're Anthony Abbas, you know you're leading the championship, but you've got to think pressure. Do you attack or do you stay there? Do you suffer finishing in third place on the podium, or do you go for second place and risk it all?
Yeah, that's a tricky bet. That's really two edges of the same sword, isn't it? Because one could be paying off, the other one could put you into some trouble. But as for now, Christian Haberlin is doing what he needs, keeping it steady within the reach of Roberto Profico, Croatian driver against the Italian. Many of the Italian drivers, local heroes competing on soil, shining here with Riccardo Nallon and Antonio Piccioni. If it stays like that, this will be a 1-2 for Italy. as Anthony Abbas is still going strong in third place. No news as of yet about the investigation ongoing on the shoulders of the Frenchman. We'll get back to that, but as it stands, 10 points is the advantage of Anthony Abbas on Riccardo Nalon, your current leader in the championship. So if it doesn't move, if it stays like this is, Anthony Abbas will get his hands on the KZ2 Masters European Championship title. Still a couple of laps to go for after this one, as 1.6 second splitting Nalon and Piccioni, but where Christian Haberlin will decide to make his move. Should he try and surprise his opponent in turn number 1, as we see the replay of Davide Forri.
Yeah, that's the heartbreak moment where just thinking, you know what, there's no point. And, you know, to be fair to him, he stayed in the race. He went off the track. Yes, he dropped well down in the order, right to the back of the grid. And there was a good 20-second gap between himself and the last place kart as well. And it just wasn't closing. He was running around by himself.
And that was a nice gesture from one of the mechanics from Renda Motorsport, the team with which he won last year's World Cup KZ2 Masters title with Renda Motorsport at the wheel of the Sodicat machine. It switched to Birel for this year. Nice gesture between those friends. As Mirko Mizzoni, another drama for the Italian, who has been so dominant, so on pace on his own track in Italy. And his race coming to a close, unfortunately for him. So 2 big names out of contention, along the likes of Stian Paulsen, Nino Gandolfi, Carlos Medina and Maurizio Giacetti. So a couple of names that we've lost through the course of that KZ2 Masters finale.
Certainly have. Remember, that investigation flag is still out for Anthony Abbas. We've not seen anything come his way so far, but that is looming, I suspect, on his mind as he sits there third in this race. The gap between himself is down to 0.4 of a second now between himself and Piccioni, so the second place battle could be on very, very soon. Here, though, Profico and Haublin still line astern. Back with this battle here, though, and I've got to say that Spagni is closing in more on Anthony Abbas than I think Anthony Abbas is closing in on Piccioni. So this could be very interesting here, because if Anthony Abbas starts to fall backwards in this race, it brings it back into the court of Riccardo Nalon, who leads the way still by 1.7 seconds. We're on lap 23 of 24. The last lap board will be out next time, and eyes right here are focused on these 3 drivers, Piccioni, Abbas and Spagni. We've seen them close all the way in throughout this race with the positions they've gained. Piccioni gained 6 at the start of this one. He's pushed his way throughout, and he's certainly delivered over the course of this weekend. The TK Racing kart in the yellow liveried machine looking absolutely sublime out on the Val Vibrata circuit here in Italy, and has delivered all the way throughout this weekend. But this has been the highest position that he has been all weekend. Across the start-finish line they go. We go on to the final lap of this race. It is Riccardo Nalon who leads the way for Italy, and he is looking to claim his first championship win of the weekend, his first championship final win of the season. He sits there second in the championship standings behind Anthony Abbas by 10 championship points. But he can do no more. He's got the fastest lap of the race. He's done all he can this season and this weekend, but the Italian will stand on that top spot. Piccioni still sits there in second place. Anthony Abbas is there. He is going to risk it, Anthony Abbas. He's closed in as quick as he can. He could go for the move. But for Italy, in Italy, it's Riccardo Nalon out to the final corner. He will win here at Val Vibrata from Antonio Piccioni, but Anthony Abbas in third place. He is your European champion in KZ2 Masters in 2024. Absolutely sublime. You couldn't write it. A dramatic final to the end. Disaster striking at the start. But for Anthony Abbas, the Frenchman can celebrate. He is champion. I don't know if he knows it yet. He is, of course, under investigation, but we do not know at this moment what that's for. But he leads by 10 championship points. Riccardo Nalon wins in Italy. The Italian will stand on the top spot. He'll be joined by Antonio Piccioni in his best results of the season. And this weekend, Piccioni, who steps up now 8th in the championship standings because of that position change. An absolutely superb one. There is a look at the provisional classifications at the end of the KZ2 Masters final. Riccardo Nallon from Antonio Piccioni, Anthony Abbas from Andrea Spagni, Roberto Profico from Christian Hablin, Alessia Lamartina from Samuel Gaffner, Andre Nicastro from Ludovic Badet, Gregory Leder from Joran Boss, Scott Presti from Mark Vollhauser, who gained 9 places in that race. Ilsha Ibragimov finishing in P15 from Sebastian Leder, Ricardo Avila from Tommaso Camploni, David Malcolm from Eduardo Martins, and Andre Martins, who round out the 21 finishers. But there, your Drivers' Championship standings at the end of that one. It is France's Anthony Abbas for Sodikart with 163 championship points, from Italy's Riccardo Nallon and Christian Halblin for the TB Kart team. An absolutely superb weekend for the KZ2 Masters, and Riccardo Nallon, he can celebrate now. What a performance for the Italian, really pushing himself forward throughout this one. He has yet to win a race this weekend, but now he wins the final and he can celebrate in style. Riccardo Nallon there, who finished 2nd in his superheat earlier on. He was 4th in the championship going into this final. He now finishes 2nd in the championship. He puts himself in the top 3. An absolutely superb run. But again, for Anthony Abbas, the Frenchman, he may have finished 3rd on track, but he claims that European Championship title. There is Anthony Abbas. And again, a superb performance for him. Clear by 10 championship points. It was a great round in this one. But again, Anthony Abbas, he is under investigation at the moment. We saw that flag come out at the start of the race. But let's see the highlights from it. Let's see what happened to so many drivers, and most importantly to the 301 Davide Fore here into turn 1. You can see the first bit of contact there with Riccardo Nallon, and then, of course, getting tangled with Christian Halblin, squeezed off the circuit right to the back of the field, and there you can see it. He knew his championship fight was over. The rest of the field as well, pretty decent getaway, no drama for the rest of the field. There you can see the contact kick-starting in that midfield. It allowed Mirko Mizzoni to break away at the clean getaway, and as well for Roberto Profico, brilliant start for him. But Antonio Piccioni, he was able to get up into 2nd place at the start of that one, really pushing himself along. Riccardo Nallon down the inside here in towards turn number 2, got that move done early door on Andrea Spagni, moved up another position. Then the likes of Anthony Abbas coming through, and already actually I can see there that's a hefty whack he's got in his nose cone, and that may be a nose cone penalty after this race, as well as a under investigation flag. There was Davide Fore retiring from the race. The Italian, the multiple champion, just heartbreak for him here in his home country, not being able to perform in that final to give us that championship fight. But still, you can take your hat off to Davide Fore. A superb race he's had over the course of this weekend. Riccardo Nallon later getting up into 2nd place. Piccioni holding on to that position, then later on getting past the likes of Mirko Mizzoni, but it was at that point that Mirko Mizzoni's kart started to cough out of life. Another Italian legend retiring from the final, from the lead of this race, and again, heartbreak must have struck from this point. But let's see what happens for the rest of the field in that one. But certainly so. I've got confirmation in my ear as well that it's just come through. The Frenchman, Anthony Abbas, has received a nose cone penalty at the end of this race. His front fairing was loose when he pulled in, and that does come with an undisputable 5-second post-race time penalty. And for Anthony Abbas, another 5 seconds would put him to 6.9. 6.9 seconds would put him down to about 7th place in that race. But across the line, Riccardo Nallon would be your race winner. And with that penalty that's coming in, potentially now your championship winner. We do not know. The results that I have in front of me, they are all provisional. We know that Anthony Abbas has picked up a nose cone penalty. That comes with a 5-second time penalty. There you can see it on the screen. It's bobbing up and down, and that's why you're not maybe seeing the celebrations on track at that point. This is drama at its finest because Nalon, well, in that race, he didn't know. He didn't know that Abbas may have had a penalty or was under investigation. There you can see them celebrating to each other. The race winner and potentially also the champion as well. We just do not know. We will have to wait for confirmation with that. The full results will be released a bit later on today, but we'll see what happens on the podium. That coming up very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll have Guillermo Alvarez down there to present the trophies to the top 3 drivers. But again, this is a very tense moment. You never like to see a championship end on a penalty. We've seen it in many a sport and many a karting weekend as well, but rules are rules. And unfortunately for Anthony Abbas, with that nose cone penalty, that puts him in a really big predicament here. And, well, for Ricardo Nalon, it could be a victory and a championship. You can see their celebrations coming in thick and fast. Antonio Piccioni, a brilliant result for him. His best result of the weekend, 2nd place in that one. And you can see the congratulations coming in. Again, his results over the course of this weekend have been less than fulfilling for Antonio Piccioni. 6th, 5th and 7th in the qualifying heats. 18th in the super heat. It put him right back in the field. Started at P8. After he qualified 9th at the beginning of the weekend, but came through with an absolutely astounding result on that one and finishing in P2. He stands on that podium, giving us a double Italian one, maybe even an Italian 1-2-3 here because, well, with that 5-second penalty, Andrea Spagni gets promoted up to 3rd place. So it's looking to be an Italian 1-2-3 here in the sunshine in Italy. And they will be absolutely delighted with that one. The grandstands and viewing areas, of course, absolutely packed here for the next 2 finals. So many people from around the world joining us here, both online, on TV, as well as here at the circuit. Welcome to everyone. We have just witnessed the KZ2 Masters final. KZ2 final coming up next. But before that, we have got the podium. And there you can see we have got a little bit of time between now and that podium, of course, with that 5-second time penalty that's come in for Anthony Abbas, as well as the fact that he was under investigation as well. There we are seeing some of the drivers there getting ready at the podium area. Smiles are all around, as you can imagine, but brilliant stuff for Antonio Piccioni. You can see there his team is surrounding him. The TK Racing Kart team have certainly delivered a great performance. There is Ricardo Nalon, a brilliant result for him. Big smiles on his face. And has he been told something that we don't know down there? He knows he's won the race. That's absolutely clear. But has he won a championship? That's the question that we need to find out. And I'm sure we will do in a few moments' time. Antonio Piccioni, there he is on your screen. He's talking to the team at T-Kart here. And again, a brilliant result for him, finishing P2 in his final. A brilliant result, but the question remains still. Anthony Abbas, is he on the podium? I know he's got the 5-second time penalty. Does that get applied now? Andrea Spagni would get promoted. So would it be Spagni on the podium? The driver for the KCS Di Miccionio Antonio team certainly has delivered, and he can certainly push himself forward. The Biralat chassis driver. Has he been promoted to P3? That is the ultimate question. Again, we are moments away from that podium, so do stay tuned for it. Again, a reminder of the virtual championship going into this one, and of course all of this is provisional. Anthony Abbas with the checkered flag has got 163, but again, the 5-second time penalty will be applied. He will drop backwards just a little bit. Now, there is a conversation there. There you can see 3 drivers, and, well, there you cannot see Anthony Abbas. So that might be a very interesting one. Now, who is with them there? That looks to me like it could be Andrea Spagni, who has joined them there, but we will wait to see what happens. So I think we are moments away from that podium. Certainly a tense time for the drivers. A very close championship as well. There you can see Guillermo Alvarez down there to present the trophies, but all the way throughout this one, the top three have delivered. There is Renault from the FIA to present that third place position. Going up onto the podium there, Andrea Spagni, the 3-1-2, certainly delivering over the course. So it's Riccardo Longhi who's on the podium. So that's a very interesting one. No, I think it is Andrea Spagni on the podium. Brilliant to see. There is definitely Antonio Piccioni, who's jumping on to second on the podium. A fantastic result for him. He can be absolutely delighted with his best results of the weekend. But I can imagine for Riccardo Nallon, this is exactly what he needed. A top spot for Italy. A brilliant end to his weekend there. Riccardo Nallon, Andrea Spagni on that third spot of the podium. They can celebrate. And of course, we always love to listen to that national anthem, and he can celebrate on that one. It's an all-Italian 1-2-3, and of course, his team can join him on that podium as well. Well, there we can see Riccardo Nallon, Antonio Piccioni, and Andrea Spagni on the 1-2-3 spots. Well, a huge congratulations to the top three, Riccardo Nallon, Antonio Piccioni, and Andrea Spagni. A brilliant end to their weekend. And of course, we always like to enjoy the trophy presentation here. Third place position being presented by Annunzio Amatucci, the mayor of Sant'Egidio alla Vibrata, of course, presenting that third place trophy to Andrea Profico, who is starting on that third spot of the podium. Second place being presented by the president of the ACI Sport Karting Commission, Raffaele Gianmaria, as well, presenting that second place trophy to Antonio Piccioni. And of course, the race winner, and potentially championship winner as well, for Riccardo Nallon. He can celebrate. And of course, Emiliano Di Matteo, the Consigliere Regionale of Abruzzo, to present that first place trophy to our race winner. And again, big smiles on that podium all the way throughout this one. And not forgetting, of course, the team's trophy as well. Matteo Calda, the manager of Mondo Kart Racing, will jump onto the podium now to present that winner's trophy to the team, of course. A brilliant job they've done over the course of this weekend with their driver. But it's certainly developed into a fabulous end to a brilliant weekend for the KZ2 Masters. An all-Italian 1-2-3 on that podium here in the sunshine in Italy. You couldn't ask for anything better for the class. In third place, Andrea Spagni. In second position, Antonio Piccioni. And your race winner, Riccardo Nallon. An absolutely superb 1-2-3. Celebrations will be happening, I'm sure, thick and fast throughout the paddock tonight and over the course of the rest of today. And a 1-2-3 Italian podium in Italy always is a beautiful thing to have in your home country. Brilliant to see. Nice big smiles on all the drivers there as well. And I can imagine, I'd love to be down there right now to just hear the emotions from the drivers. Of course, we will chat to them in the press conference afterwards. You won't see that on the live, but you will see that on the highlights package that will come out later on in the week. So make sure you stay tuned for that one if you're on the YouTube channel for the FIA Karting Championship. Make sure you join us on that one. One final down in the KZ categories. We've got 2 more races to go. KZ2 final is coming up in a few moments' time. And again, it's all going to fall down to a handful of drivers in this one. Again, we don't know. We don't have confirmation on who is champion. We will get updated points, and you will see those results on the websites later on. But again, we've got to do some maths. We've got to sort some things out because, again, all the results that we talk about are, of course, very provisional with a capital P. 2 more races to go then, as KZ2 final will be coming up in a few moments' time. We've seen one, we've crowned one, but it's not over yet because, of course, it's the favorite part of the weekend. It's time for the champagne, and they can celebrate now. What are they going to do? It's going to be a 1, 2, 3 on the podium. They'll enjoy that one. A brilliant end for the top 3. Riccardo Nallon, Antonio Piccioni, and Andrea Spagni. 1, 2, 3. It is commiserations for the Frenchman, Anthony Abbas. That nose cone penalty just being applied at the end of the race puts him right down the order, and it does put his championship under jeopardy as well. But for Riccardo Nallon, he can celebrate on that podium, as now we will turn our attention very soon on to the KZ2 final. It is moments away now, as we've already crowned one champion. We'll find out who that is a little bit later on. But in KZ2, we're about to find out who could be our next champion, because, again, it is close in the championship standings, but it could still go the way of Matteo Spergel. We just don't know. There is a big chunk of points between them. Spergel's got the biggest chance here ahead of Daniel Vasil, but Maxim Orlov has certainly delivered so far this weekend, taking maximum championship points going in towards the qualifying heats and the super heats over the course of the weekend. So again, we'll keep a very close eye on those championship standings. It's another fight that's going to be coming up very, very soon, so do stay with us. The trophy presentation as well for this one after this race. But let's have a look closely at the category. KZ2, drivers age 15 years plus, entries into this weekend. 98 of them, 28 nationalities joining us from around the world. And all the way throughout this weekend, they've delivered some fantastic racing. A little look more at the details of what this class is. Of course, the 125cc two-stroke engines being used over the course of the weekend, delivering a nice chunk of power for the drivers. But again, all the way throughout this weekend, we've seen those ups, we've seen those downs, but all the way throughout it, it's been absolutely fantastic. There you can see the power unit, 125cc, 6-speed two-stroke, 50cc power output, or 50 brake horsepower, I should say, power output, 175 kilos minimum weight, so a little bit less than what you see from the KZ2 Masters. So again, you expect the lap times to be a fraction faster in the KZ2s. Tyres that they're using over the course of this one as well. Back on the Dunlops, the DHH the same as the KZ2 Masters. They have had to use these all the way throughout the weekend. There's been no wet running across it. It's been, I think, our first dry weekend over the course of the year. Tyre allocation, of course, exactly the same. 1.5 sets for the qualifying heats and a full set for this final. And again, they've not need to worry about those 2 wet sets for the entire weekend. But let's dive a little closer into the championship standings a little bit on this one, because Matteo Spergel leads it going into it with 132 from Daniel Vasile. Again, a really strong performance from them, but they're very, very close. There's a look at the points on your screen. Spergel, Vasile, Orlov, 1, 2, 3 at the moment, but it looks to be a 2-horse race here. Matteo Spergel and Daniel Vasile, who sit there 1, 2. There is a big chunk of points between them at the moment, but again, we'll just have to wait and see how this final gets underway. We are moments away from that one, but let's listen to the national anthem of Italy. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give a huge round of applause to your finalists in KZ2, whittled down to just the 36 you see on your screen. And again, the medal ceremony that'll be taking place on the grid now. Of course, the prefect of Tremano, Fabrizio Stello, joining us on the track, as well as Jan Maria as well, the president of the ACI Sport Karting Commission, to present the medals to the drivers in the KZ2 final. Moments away from that one. It all builds up to this moment now. Again, close in the championship. We've just been talking about it. Handful of points in this position. But again, it could still all go the way of Maxim Orlov in this race, but the championship fight, Matteo Spergel, well, he starts it third in this race. Where is Daniel Vasile? He's 7th, so he's got a bit of work ahead of him right now to see if he can close that championship gap up, to see if he can break that tie, to see if he can try and claim the win on this one. But the fight is really going in the way of Matteo Spergel. He is really pushing hard over the course of this weekend. He's delivered fantastic results in the KZ2 category, has Matteo Spergel. He's had a 5th place, 2 qualifying heat wins, a 2nd, a 3rd, finished 2nd in his super heat earlier on, after qualifying P5 overall. So again, a really good qualifying, great qualifying heats. He starts this one much higher up than Daniel Vasile, who himself has had a really strong performance this weekend, but has just been on that back foot. Guillaume Alvarez, you join me back in the commentary box after being down there on the podium. Drama in the previous race, but we'll talk about that later on, because now we're focusing on KZ2. And again, in this one, this could be a real decider, because Maxim Orlov, there he is on your screen, starts this one on pole position. He is right up there in the championship standings, but again, his gap between the rest of them is a little bit bigger than what they've got, isn't it?
Yes, sitting in 3rd place at 89 points after this morning's super heat, with Matteo Spergel at 132 and Daniel Vasile at 108. So between the championship leaders, there's at the moment 24 points, which is pretty much half of what you can get by winning this race at 50. So that means that Matteo Spergel is sitting in a rather comfortable chair as we speak. But at this level in karting, as we've seen in the past, as we've just seen in the KZ2 Masters finale, well, anything can still happen. And this is mathematically still wide open between Spergel, Daniel Vasile, as well as Maxim Orlov further back. Marek Skrivian might still have a very tiny chance, again, based on calculation, but that's very much unlikely. He would need a big disaster for his opponents in front of him to keep his dreams alive. But we'll follow that very closely as the machines make themselves make way onto the grid, pushed by the mechanics. These are those machines that those drivers push to their limit. And talking to them in the paddock throughout the course of the weekend, they've been absolutely positive for most of them about the layout of Val Vibrata. Most of them, especially Italians, are quite used to compete here, because this layout is a regular host of the Italian National Championship, and has been so for the past few years for big events as well, and FIA Karting events quite a long time ago. So the layout is rather familiar, even though some of them might step in here for the first time, as the machines are taking place onto the grid, and it's about time to see who the competitors will be in what order.
Well, indeed, it'll be a very busy one, 36-car grid, and it starts in 5 minutes' time. Let's take you through that starting grid, though, because starting on the front row, Maxim Orlov, a brilliant weekend. He has had maximum points all the way throughout. He has been undefeated right now. So again, he's going to be the main one to beat starting on the front row. And now that he's got a fresh set of tyres on board as well, he could improved it. It'll be Maxim Orlov and Markus Kayak starting it on the front row of the grid. The Estonian has been pushing hard this weekend, but has lost out to only one race, and that was with Maxim Orlov. Matteo Spergel, the championship leader, will start on row number 2. We'll have Marek Skriven for company alongside. Alessio Pacini starting on row 3. The pole sitter from qualifying not having the results he's wanted, but he'll have Matias Mogato for company from Brazil. Daniel Vasile, second in the championship, starts on row number 4. He'll have Kasper Schulmans for company alongside. Maximilian Schleimer and Christian Batuka round out the top 10 on row number 5. Miguel Costa and Kirill Kutskov go from row number 6. They'll have Meni Hartkroza and Jean Nimblon on row number 7. The Frenchman and the Hungarian certainly delivering over the course of this weekend. Vladimir Verkalantsev and Samuele Leopardi round out row number 8. And then you have to look back to Filippo Nuccioni and Alvar Simasvara on row number 9. What can the Finn do from all the way back in P18? Row number 10 sees Robert Kindervata and Zoe Florescu running out the top 20.
On row number 11, we have the South African Nicolas Roos with Corentin Rousseau by his side with the Charles Leclerc colors. Sodi and Charles Leclerc on that row number 11. Row number 12, Kimitani and Anatoly Kavalkin, the former Hockey Junior European champion, now giving a go at gearbox racing. Row number 13, Theo Blin, the rapid Frenchman, and Matisz Prus from Czech Republic by his side. Tony Kart and Praga. Row number 14, we have Michael Paparo and Jaroslav Shevertalov with the Maranello chassis from Italy as well, that chassis as well. On row number 15, Matteo Zanchi and Eli Goldstein at the back end of the grid. The Belgian just in front of Alessio Scabini and Tim Locati. There comes Eli Goldstein, the FIA Motorsport Games golden medalist from 2 years ago. Scabini and Locati on row number 16 at the back end of the grid. And then we have on row 17, Andrea Dale, one of those drivers who used to be competing in the years of KF 15 years ago on the shorter version of the track with Dimitri Matveev by his side, Simon Reckenmacher and Nicola Rossini to run things up for the starting grid of the KZ2 finale here in Val Vibrata. 36 competitors. We started the weekend with 82. We put 10 aside after the 2 superheats, and only 36 of them get to make it with the golden ticket on the starting grid. The man to beat, we've said it a number of times, based on his result. He gave us a fantastic performance in Alcaniz, climbing up to P3 on the podium in the finale. This time around, the Parolin machine and Maxim Orlov have been pretty much untouchable all throughout the weekend, and they will be starting on pole position. Who can give him a hard fight into this race?
Yeah, exactly that. Well, Marcus Kayak could be one of them, another driver who has delivered over the course of this weekend. 4 qualifying heat wins over the course of the weekend, certainly has delivered as well as Superheat. Very strong performance as well. The Maranello driver has certainly delivered and could be that true contender to Maxim Orlov in this race. But again, they have to be careful, because those top 2 drivers are not in the championship fight. Well, Maxim Orlov is on a side note of the championship fight, but it's all really down to Mateusz Bergel and Daniel Vasile, who starts on the 2nd row of the grid and the 4th row of the grid. There is Mateusz Bergel starting 3rd place. The Sodi Kart driver for the CPB Sport team has had a very strong season. Spain was great. Here now in Italy, even better, and certainly delivering over the course of this one. He puts himself right there at the sharp end of the points. He's extended that championship lead, and it's all his to lose here.
As you said, Alcaniz in Motorland Aragon went very well for Mateusz Bergel. He was the one actually that remained pretty much unbeaten, like Maxim Orlov this weekend around, but for round 1 it was Mateusz Bergel. But he failed to conclude on a high, shall we say, even though he kept battling for the win in the finale until the very last lap, was beaten for just 0.2 of a second by Daniel Vasile. So he came very close to that victory. Can he maybe this time around take advantage of a position a little bit further back on the grid to make the difference and seal that title? Yeah,
certainly so. Well, we're moments away from finding out as the green wag flays to start the formation laps. Of course, the drivers have to get temperature into these tyres. They're brand new Dunlop tyres on board their karts. They've got to clean them. Of course, they'll have the the release agent on the top of it as well. They have to clear that off. They'll be nice and shiny, brand new tyres. So they've got a couple of laps now to get the temperature up, to clear that off the top layer as well, to get right down to the core of the tyre, to really get the rubber down on the circuit. Once again, grandstands filling up from the sidelines. Every viewing spot is starting to fill up to get ready to crown another champion. And of course, in this one, who could it go to? Could it go to Mateusz Bergel? Could it go to Daniel Vasile? We just don't know. Or could it go to Maxim Orlov? Like we're saying, 3rd in the championship is a very, very close run. But again, when he sits there on 89 points, a good chunk of points would help him out, but it'd have to be Mateusz Bergel and Daniel Vasile scoring no points to really benefit him.
Yeah, definitely. So Maximolov is going to give his everything like he's been doing all throughout the weekend. He's a man on a mission, taking that win home, as performance has been there, the consistency as well has been really unshaken all throughout the weekend. But now remains to be seen if he will be able to make it another victory in a row. But the opposition will be once again very, very strong. From pole position, he is in a prime place to get a good getaway and not to be seen again. It's all comes down to how his opponents will be able to give him the chase. First one being Marcus Kayak. Matteo Spurgel is in a very interesting position as well. As we often say, especially on this track, P3 on the grid, on the inside of the first turn, is the second best place you could hope for on the grid, considering he can take the toe of the pole sitter, surprise him at the braking point or a little bit later, while the driver at the forefront obviously has a bigger an advantage as well. But so far we've seen the drivers on the outside of that first line being pushed slightly on the outside, not quite able to maximize the outcome, the exit of that corner. But again, they can prove us wrong. Here's a look at the championship. 132 points for Matteo Spurgel, who was second in Alcaniz. He is starting from third on the grid, has a good chance, a very good chance to become, for the first time in his career, KZ2 European Champion. The former participants of the FIA Karting Academy Trophy. Daniel Vasile behind in 108, Maximolov 89, then we have Mark Scriven, Kasper Skormans, Marcus Kayak, your pole sitter, the driver at the forefront of the grid alongside the pole sitter. Artem Severyukin didn't have the best of weekend, fortunately, after being excluded from his opening heat. Still in the upper echelon in this championship, but Artem Severyukin is not to be seen on this grid, unfortunately for him. So certainly a weekend to throw to the bin for the young driver at the wheel of his Birelarte. He will come back stronger, certainly, at the World Championship that will be taking place in Portugal, Portimao, in a few weeks' time.
Very much looking forward to that one. But right now, we're going to focus here in Italy on this KZ2 final. We are moments away from crowning another European champion in 2024 in the gearbox categories. This time, though, in the KZ2 class. It's been a tight championship all the way throughout. Scorching temperatures in Spain at the Alcaniz circuit. Again, the same here in the Val Vibrata circuit in the middle of Italy. We're on the other side of the country to Rome. It's where a lot of the drivers may have landed when they arrived here at the circuit. Of course, a lot of drivers who are local to the circuit, as well as some of the Italians. There's a look at some of the air temperatures. Still 33 degrees. Track temperature has increased 54.1 degrees. And again, with the sun in the middle of the sky right now, local time at the moment is 1 o'clock. But again, it's a really tough time out there. The temperatures are the hottest it's going to be all weekend. But right now, we'll sit there and focus for this KZ2 final. All the viewing spots are filled with spectators. You watching at home as well, do not go anywhere, because we are moments away from starting the second final of the day. It's Maxim Orlov starting on pole position. He's got Marcus Kayak for company on the outside, but the championship between Matteo Spurgel and Daniel Vasile, who start on row 2 and row 4, is the one that you need to keep an eye on throughout this one. The last few drivers pull into their grid slots as we get ready to go racing. Green flag waves at the back of the grid as our race director Nigel Edwards starts the lights procedure. 4 lights on, lights go out, we're racing in KZ2, and it's a terrible start from Marcus Kayak. He gets swamped off the line, and through goes Marek Skrivan into second place. It's a lightning start still from Maxim Orlov. He holds on to the lead of this one, down in towards turn number 1, but the two make contact, and the Sony goes through. Is that Matteo Spurgel, the championship leader, leading the way in this final? I think it is.
Fantastic getaway indeed for the Frenchman, as some drivers got into trouble at the back end, but a disastrous start for Marcus Kayak indeed, as Marek Scriven was pushed a little bit on the side of that opening turn. We're gonna have to see that again. 24 laps to go through once again for the KZ2 finale here in Val Vibrata. But look at the gap. Oh, the 143, that's what I had seen. This is Tim Locati, unfortunately, at the wheel of his Sony kart machine. Unfortunately, got tangled a little bit in an incident over there. We're gonna need to see that again. Certainly, it was 31 on the grid, so we had a lot of work to do. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue into that race. I think this is the case, as Matteo Spurgel indeed rushed from third on the grid to P1 in just a space of 2 corners. is leading in front of Maximolov. Daniel Vasile up to P3. 4 places gained for Vasile, the Romanian driver. Watch out for any move coming his way. Vasile on the run. He wants to get in touch. He wants to make the contact with Mateusz Spirgel. As you could see, Maximolov already watching over his shoulder, considering some strategy. Let's not fight. This is lap number 2 out of 24. Still plenty of time. But in the meantime, Matteo is really pulling away. That's his chance. That's really the golden chance that he has to take what will be his first win of the season, and maybe with the title in the bag. We're not there yet, but as you can see, the gap is been extended as Mateusz Spirgel is under investigation, ladies and gentlemen. Is there something to do with the starting procedure of the Frenchman? As in the meantime, contact in turn number 1.
Yep, the 116 has gone round, unfortunately. That is Pacini, Alessio Pacini, the pole sitter from qualifying out of this race and goes backwards. Now there's more retirements out there as well. It looks to me like it's that Andrea Dali who's come into the pit lane. I think it is. He's not gone over the start-finish line. And yes, we are seeing Mateusz Spirgel under investigation, as well as a handful of other things now. So Maxim Orlov there in second place. He's got Daniel Vasile still there in third place. There's the long train of karts. Right, we need to get down and see what's happening here, because Spirgel leads the championship, like you were saying. Well, here's what's happened to Pacini. What happened here? Down in towards turn number 1.
That's Vasile.
Well, yeah, Vasile down the inside. Oh, and he just clipped the back. Self-inflicted spin, and round he would go. That's a rare mistake from Alessio Pacini.
It is, and it wasn't certainly the best of moves to try to get going on the wrong side in the turn number 1. But thankfully, nothing happened, and he didn't make contact with anyone else. But Alessio Pacini, such a shame for the Italian. It was a strong P5 onto the grid. He had a beautiful weekend. It was the pole sitter of the class. Alessio Pacini has been absolutely fantastic all throughout the weekend. Let's not forget that 30 years ago, his father Alessandro took the World Championship title. We had hoped for him to be able to write another chapter in the history book of the family, but unfortunately, as it looks, this won't happen today.
No, certainly not. Here we go then, battle for P5 is on. Kasper Schurmans, Christian Batuka and Matthias Morgato battling away right now. You can see them there in the 182, just leading that one, trying to push his way through as we'll go on to lap number 5 of 24 here. Maxim Orlov sets the fastest lap of the race, so again, he could have a pivotal role to play in this one. If he can get back past Mateusz Spirgel, he could bring in the likes of Daniel Vasile, but like we were saying, in that championship fight, the gap's opened up astronomically now between the two of them, but we've still got a long way to go in this race. And remember, there's only one investigation flag out there at the moment, and it's for your current race leader, Mateusz Spirgel.
Yeah, I do wonder what the officials will make of that, but at such an early point in the race, it's got to do at least something to do with the start. We need confirmation on that side, and we'll keep you updated. Another driver investigated is Eli Goldstein, the Belgian driver, from a competitor in the single-speed class and a golden medalist in the FIA Motorsport Games of 2022. But I do wonder what it is for. But Goldstein not having the weekend of his life at some point, as he's currently making a place up to P28 in front of Mateusz Spirgel. As Robert Kendewater joined the list of driver under investigation, the 118, currently sitting a little bit further back. It's P19, Robert Kendewater, the German, as in the lead into turn number 7. Mateusz Spirgel, half of a second is not a lot. We still have a lot of laps to go through for this finale. Mateusz Spirgel was not able to build certainly enough of a gap to feel comfortable. Maxim Orlov, we've seen his pace, whether he's in first or in the position of the chaser, is fast and consistent. Fastest lap in the race for Kasper Schurmans, as Spirgel, last lap. Whoa, on the inside, a beautiful.
Oh, no, round.
Oh my God.
Round goes the Maranello, and it is Marcus Kayak out of this race. The driver who started on the front row is out of this final, and you can see the heartbreak in his body language. An absolute disaster. He had such a great weekend. He will get it, or is he going to try and restart it? I don't think he is. No, he's just defeated. He's not going to even try and restart it. He's out of this final. The driver who started on the front row goes no further.
Is that the final sort of curse for some of the protagonists, because they're dropping like flies into that race. We've seen that in the Masters as well, as we lost Mizzoni and Davide Forri. This time we just lost Andrea Dali and Marcus Kayak, Alessio Piccini as well. Let's have a look back. The move run inside of the 182. That was the Kasper Skormans, the Saudi driver. A slight touch and control lost, going sideways almost for the Marano driver. Another angle, run inside. Kasper Skormans goes for the attack. Hard to see on this angle if the touch was consequent, but at least enough to send him into a spin and put an end to his race.
It's one of those things where, you know, the brakes are so intense on these karts. When the temperature gets up to them, it's like you just tap it and it's like an instant lock-up. And you're just thinking there how close it was. Maybe it was just a little, oh, let me just hit the brake a little bit to just make sure I can get a switchback on him. And unfortunately, it stepped out on him and, yeah, round it would go. So that is a real big shame there. And again, Matteo Zanchi, he's gone round also. The 122 now tumbling down the order as well. He's still in this race. He didn't stall it, which was good. But, yeah, that's certainly not the way you want to see it go. So, again, drama kicking off here. Right, this is the battle for the lead. Spurgel and Orlov. And Spurgel has been caught up here. Maxim Orlov, that pace has certainly come back. The pace he's had all the way throughout this weekend is now finding himself back on track, and the gap is down to 0.3 of a second between the two of them. Could we see an overtake here in the early stages of this race as we end lap number 9? We go on to lap 10 of this race, but this is very, very close now. What could Daniel Vasili do? I mean, Vasil just needs to get to the front of this one as soon as possible. That's all he can do, is try and fight to get to the front. Matteo Spurgel, he is under investigation. We don't know what for right now, but again, it's just a really tense time here. But at the moment, we're still seeing no change. Orlov, though, piling on the pressure. We'll keep an eye on that one. Further down in the order, looks like Alva Simazara has just got past Miguel Costa as well, has moved up into P12. The same as right down at the back. Alessio Piccini still in this race and has recovered back to P30 at the moment. As out of the race, is that the 161?
That's Anatoly Kavalkin.
It is.
Is it?
No, I don't think it's Anatoly Kavalkin. It might be.
Yes, indeed.
It is Kavalkin.
Yeah,
he's out of this race. He's tumbling down our screen. The 151 goes no further as well.
Such a shame for the driver of the Paralympic machine of Modena Kart SD. Such a shame for him as his race comes to a close on lap number 11 out of 24. In the meantime, Kasper Skormans is putting another fastest lap in the bag. Dutchman from P4, he wants to join in and fight, help his teammate in the lead. Let's have a look at what happened. Oh, and going straight into the tire wall.
Now, is that brake failure? Because I don't think there was contact there between another. I think he just pulled out and it just didn't stop. And that's why he's gone straight into the tire wall, because he didn't want to go straight on anywhere else. So that is a big shame. But that to me, that looked like brake failure. Yeah,
certainly so. We might need confirmation about that, as it was trying to battle some of his rivals on the way to turn number 2. As we're back in the lead, and the gap just went down to 0.3 of a second. Watch out for any first attempt of a move from Maxim Orlov, trying to go a little bit around the outside. Look at the work of the arm, trying to put in gear, gearing up, gearing down from one hand to the other. Fantastic driving skills from Matteo Spurgel and Maxim Orlov up close, thanks to a camera surrounding the track. This is live on Val Vibrata. If you're joining us now on FIAKarting.com and Motorsport TV, the battle is raging for the victory here in Val Vibrata. The KZ2 big finale, the last one of the championship, as the 123, by the look of it, is
Tim Licati.
Tim Licati. He ran into trouble in the early stages of that race, and now that's done and dusted, I'm afraid. One of the teammates of your leader, Matteo Spurgel. Back in Alcaniz for round 1, we had the battle between the French Army Saudi Kart, Spurgel already, and the Lissone factory of Daniel Vasili with Pirelli. This time around, we have still Matteo Spurgel battling for the lead against the team from Romano Desalino, Parolin Racing Kart, and the Modena Kart operation with Maxim Orlov. So an Italian factory for another one, battling against the French. As run inside, look at that, Kasper Skormans on Daniel Vasili. This is for P3, and one move. He's done that before, the Dutchman, and once again it proves us that you can actually overtake in turn number 4.
Yeah, indeed, but that's bad news for second in the championship. Daniel Vasili, who's going to lose out on even more championship points now, dropping down to P4, and this will not go his way. Walking away from a kart, there's another retirement in this race. Now, who could that be? Is that Alessio Scabini in the 32nd place? I think it is, and he will go no further. And we did see that he's under investigation as well. So is it maybe under investigation for maybe that very incident? Eyes on this one, though, as well. Scorman's gone defensive there right now as Daniel Vasile is trying to claim back that third-place spot. If he can't win a championship, a podium will do for him. But right now, he needs to try and get back past Kasper Schulmans, who's going to defend that one like his life depended on it. At the front, though, there's been no change still for the race lead. They have stayed line astern, as this battle behind is also starting to heat up. This is P5 downwards. Christian Batuka, Mogato, Nomra from Skrivan, Krutzkov is there as well, Leopardi is there, Schleimer is also there at the back of that train as we go on to lap 15 of 24 right now. We keep an eye on the entirety of the field, but eyes focused on these two just here. The battle for P3 is on. I don't know if Daniel Vasile's got anything left in the tank right now. He has worked so hard over this weekend and the season, came into it second in the championship. Right now, you can imagine a slight deflated feeling for the Romanian, who has tried so hard to claim this championship title, but right now it's just not going away. It's slowly and slowly getting further and further away in the form of this man here, Matteo Spergel. What a start to the race he had, Guillaume. The start was the most important part of it. Straight to the lead, no drama.
Yeah, definitely. So we've seen drama into that opening sector, and this time around, Matteo Spergel was having none of it and just drove brilliantly through that field from P3 to P1 in the space of 2 corners. As Spergel had done the fastest lap, this is the response from Maxime Orlov, 49.9. The gap has been around half a second, now down to 3:10. So Maxime Orlov very much on the tail of the Frenchman. Nothing is done yet, but as it stands in the championship, Matteo Spergel is 40 points clear from Daniel Vasile, considering you can take a maximum of 51 points if you win with the fastest lap in a race like that. Consider it pretty much done and dusted. Matteo Spergel, of course, will be willing to celebrate that potential title with a win, that Maxime Orlov has other ideas in mind. And when it comes to Daniel Vasile, the podium is second in a row. If he can step on it, it would be certainly a bitter consolation for what has been a beautiful campaign. His best too at this level so far, as Scormans just in front of him for 4 little tenths of a second. The Dutchman would deserve certainly to step on the podium as well for the performances shown. This weekend didn't start on the best foot after coming together with Matteo Spergel, would you believe, on the opening race on Friday. Those two had a bit of a talk with the Bizalion family from CPB Sport, and it's all but forgotten. It's all in the past, and those two have been helping each other out. I would have thought that Kasper Scormans could have actually tried to join maybe the leading duet to help out a little bit Matteo Spergel, but Daniel Vasile was certainly a hard one to get past.
Certainly was, but right now as we go on to lap 18, there is still a big story to be told here, and well, for Miguel Costa, that story just got a little bit worse for him as he's pulled in to the pit lane and he is out of this race, and it looks to be like his shifter may have got stuck there. It will not change gear, and that's why you can see him coming in. He hit the steering wheel and then he tried to change the gears, and now I'm hearing as well out on circuit, Guillaume, a very loose and loud exhaust that is out there. Now that may have to get a technical flag, but the question is that who is it? And I'm going to say it might be that CRG going very slowly on our screen. And who is that? Now, Miguel Costa's coming to the pit lane, but who is the CRG? Well, there's another car pulling in. That is, I'm not, again, I didn't quite see the number.
Maximilian Schleimer as well.
Oh, he's gone out of the race.
He was in the top 10, Maximilian Schleimer, a very, very strong performer. 9 on the grid.
And Alvar Simasfara is going with him, so I suspect those two may have had a coming together, which could be the result of the loud exhaust as well out there. So more drama out on circuit. This, though, here, still Spergel and Orlov. He's closed back in once again. Is he going to be able to get past? Can he get past? He's been undefeated all weekend. Yes, okay, he didn't put it on pole in qualifying, but in all the qualifying heats and the super heats, it's been Orlov on top. He's not going to stop winning now.
The confirmation that Alcaniz Mevara is indeed the CRG driver that got into trouble and back into the pit. Now, It's now or never for Maxim Orlov because the time is running out as the number of laps remaining before the checkered flag. Can he make it stick? Can he try to find a little bit of space? There we go, into number 3. There's the change for the lead in the final of the KZ2 and Val Vibrata. Maxim Orlov take P1. Mateusz Peugeot didn't resist, didn't go aggressive. He knows certainly that he's in a very comfortable chair in terms of points. He doesn't need to resist. He needs to secure that second place, that podium finish at least. Whether he wins, or whether he finishes second or third, or even more, if Daniel Vasile stays where he is, he will be crowned a European champion no matter what.
Don't forget, he's under investigation, though. We've already seen it in one final with the driver under investigation and all going wrong for them on the podium. Is it going to happen again in KZ2? That's the ultimate question, and that's why we might not be seeing this really pushing drive from Mateusz Peugeot that we have seen so far this weekend. Is he starting to feel a little bit deflated here, knowing that maybe it might not be going his way here in this final? We're on that 21 of 24, and it's now Maxim Orlov who leads the way. The driver who is yet to lose a race so far this weekend is already starting to break away, now setting a purple sector 2 and extending that gap to now half a second from himself and Peugeot. Schurman still there in third place. Daniel Vasile has not managed to get back past. He is still there in P4, and you can see that battle coming through your shot now, but that's opened up even more as well. So the top 4 at the moment are nice and calm, with Orlov breaking away. But the question mark looms here, Guillaume. Is Mateusz Peugeot in a bit more trouble than we think?
Well, if we take a closer look at the chassis and bumpers of Mateusz Peugeot, I don't see anything wrong. But again, I could be mistaken. But since that investigation call came quite early on lap number 2, I think, for Mateusz Peugeot, it might have something to do with the starting procedure. Was it a false start? We don't know yet. We don't have the footage of that yet. But as for now, with the advantage in points that he's been able to build throughout the weekend, he seemed to be, as for now, in a comfortable position. But again, this is all speculative because we don't have any information to give you guys about the state of that investigation. So we're going to have to wait. But Peugeot has certainly done the job he needs so far.
Let's have a look at the race start here, because it did come out very early on, the investigation flag. Now, the question loomed, was it a jump start? Keep an eye on the start. No, that looked fine to me. I didn't see him jump. He was granted, was right behind Maxim Orlov. You couldn't really see him, but I didn't see any movement behind him until he started moving as well. So, again, maybe it's not for that. So, again, it makes the investigation in our commentary box here a little bit more interesting. Yeah. I'm sure the stewards and everything, they know exactly what it is, but we just don't have communication with them right now.
Yeah, we can only rely on the same footage as you guys see at home. So that's all we can say for now. Final lap is in.
Certainly is, and there, Maxim Orlov, who has been undefeated so far this weekend, is looking to claim his 7th race win of the weekend. He's won 5 out of 5 qualifying heats as out of the race. Another retirement. Is that Michael Paparo? I think it is. He'll go no further. Yellow flag's out on the final lap. But like I was saying, Orlov, he's won 5 out of 5 qualifying heats. He won his superheat earlier on. He's now in line to win this final as well. He does help out his championship fight, but he's 2 points behind Daniel Vasile, still in third place. But in the final here, it will be Maxim Orlov across the line. He wins in Italy. An absolutely sublime drive as he makes his way back to Parc Ferme. He can relax now. The work he's done all weekend, he has pushed hard throughout it, and he's persevered. But there, in second place, Mateusz Peugeot. He is European champion for the CBD team. What a drive for him. All the way throughout this weekend, he's delivered. He's clear by a handsome amount of points. 176 championship points for him. Daniel Vasile in second in the championship with 142, is just 2 points clear from Maxim Orlov in the championship standings. But for Mateusz Peugeot, he has delivered. He celebrates out on track But remember, of course, he is under investigation. We don't know what it's for. I don't think it will affect him too much. The points lead he's got, even with a 5-second penalty if he got one, which I have no idea if he is getting one. He may drop back a few, but it won't, I don't think, affect the championship standings. Matteo Spergel can celebrate. The Frenchman right on top in the championship here in Italy. A superb end to his weekend and his season. He can celebrate in style. Here's a look at the provisional results then at the end of that KZ2 final. Maxim Orlov from Matteo Spergel, Kasper Schulmans from Daniel Vasile, Christian Batuka from Matthias Moricato, Jean Nomblon from Alex Skrivan, Kirill Kutskov from Samuele Leopardi, Kimi Tane rounding out the top 11 after getting 12 places. Robert Kindervata in 12th place from Filippo Nuccioni in 13th place. Eli Goldstein gaining 16 places in that, finishing in P14, with Yaroslav Shevatalov rounding out the top 15 after gaining 13 places. 16th place down, Cizo Florescu, who is now under investigation. That was the last investigation flag we saw go out on that last lap. Finished ahead of Crosser. Then it was Reckenmarker from Ruse, Rousseau from Piccini. Then it's Zanki from Verkalensev, Rossini from Blanc, Cruz and Matviev are the 27 finishers in that race. The retirements came in thick and fast out there. Paparo, Schleimer, Simazvara, Costa, Scabini, Lacati, then Kavalkin, Kayak and Dali, the all retirements from that race. But there, the Drivers' Championship standings. Matteo Spergel for the CPB Sport team, 176 championship points ahead of Romania's Daniel Vasile in the Birilat team, 142 points. Maxim Orlov for the Mondea Kart team, 140 championship points, 2 points separating the two drivers in the top three. Kasper Schulmans from Alex Skrivan, Marcus Kayak from Matthias Morgato, Artem Savrukin from Christian Batuka, and Timo Jungling coming in 10th in the championship standings with 35 championship points. Well, the cleanup operation underway out on circuit before the next final, but there on your screen, Maxim Orlov for the Mondea Kart team has delivered over this weekend. A flawless performance. Do you know what? I'm going to say it's been a perfect performance. Yes, okay, it wasn't pole position in time qualifying, but all of the races, he has been on the top spot. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. There were many at the start of that race. Most importantly, for the pole sitter, and for the driver on the front row, I should say, Marcus Kayak not getting the start in that race, dropping instantly right back to around P6, P7. That allowed everyone to just go down the inside. It really released the likes of Maxim Orlov, Spergel at the beginning of that one, as well as Marek Skrivan. You can see Skrivan on the outside, but he gets caught out wide. He then gets tumbled down the order. And for Matteo Spergel, straight down the inside at turn number 2 and took the lead early doors. For the rest of the field, it was a relatively calm race throughout that one. You can see Minihart Crosser as well, having a relatively decent start. Matthias Morgato also being able to get his kart down the inside. He gained 1 or 2 spots in the early stages of that race, getting himself into a pretty competitive one there. But you can see Skrivan going backwards, but of course that was a big moment there for the 123 out of the race early doors and going no further. But for Tim Lacati, he would later retire in the race. There as well, Alessio Piccini, what can we say? The 116 out of the race. This was a risky moment here as well, getting it restarted. He's technically pushing it on the wrong side of the kart there, but he does get it re-going and restarted, but all the way now to the back of the grid. He did recover in that race, but certainly not the results he will have wanted. For the rest of the racing, though, straight down the inside, and a big moment there for the driver starting on the front row. Marcus Kayak, unfortunately, retiring from the race after that move, and that was Kasper Schulmans going down the inside. Schulmans, who finished P3 in that race. And again, not sure if he was under investigation. We didn't see an investigation flag going out. Matteo Zanchi was another one of the spinners. And then this very interesting moment here. unfortunately, for Anatoly Kavalkin. It looked to me like the brakes had gone because he pulled out of the train of karts, and it looked like he just went straight into the barriers there, not able to slow the kart down at all, and obviously sacrificing his race and himself to get it stopped in the barriers. Then later on, again, the overtakes coming in thick and fast. This was the likes of Schulman's getting past Daniel Vasilia, moving up into that positions. More retirements coming in later on, as well as we lost, I think, Maximilian Schleimer at that point as well. Alessio Scabini was also another retirement. I think he pulled in. There was Miguel Costa ending his race after pulling in. There is the 132 coming in. That is Maximilian Schleimer, again, running in the top running spots. And again, it looks to me like that's another car. He hit the gear lever there. It didn't look like it moved at all. So again, maybe that was another drama for him. There was the lead change. Maxim Orlov down the inside of Matteo Spergel. Nothing that Spergel did there to defend that one. Gave all the space, stayed there in second place. And you can imagine at that point, that was just purely thinking championship. Not worried about the podium, not worried about standing on the top spot. But for Maxim Orlov, he does get to stand on that top spot of the podium. A near flawless weekend. It wasn't pole in qualifying, but he dominated the racing. 5 qualifying heat wins, a win in the superheats, and the final win at the end of the weekend as well. A sublime performance, and he can enjoy that top step of the podium. Matteo Spergel may only stand on the second spot on the podium in the final, but he stands on the top spot of the podium in the championship. The Frenchman taking the win with 176 championship points from Daniel Vasili's 142. Maxim Orlov third with 140 championship points. Very close in the end between the top 3, but still the Frenchman can celebrate on that podium as he becomes European champion in KZ2 in 2024. Well, that podium will be coming up in a few moments' time. Do stay with us. We're going to take a short ad break. We'll be back with that podium in a couple of minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoKart.com FIA Karting European Championships for KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. We have just seen 2 finals out on circuit. We have crowned our winners in the KZ2 Masters. We are moments away from crowning the KZ2 finalists. There is a look at the championship standings after the final that we've just seen for KZ2. Matteo Spergel for France with 176. He secures that championship fight, and he finishes second in the race as well. Daniel Vasile misses out on a podium in the final, finishing P4, but he can celebrate being second in the championship standings, just 2 points clear from Maxim Orlov, who finishes the final on the top spot. They are making their way to the weighbridge now. Of course, they have to get weighed before they can confirm they're on the podium, but we are moments away from that podium. But again, a brilliant run all the way throughout this weekend as well for the rest of the drivers as well. Kasper Schulman's finishing P4 in the championship with 106 championship points. He finishes just ahead of Manik Skrivan's 92. Marcus Kayak, what can we say about him? He really delivered over the course of this weekend. He started on the front row for that final. Unfortunately, retiring from it, he scores no extra points, and he stays there in P6 in the championship fight with 56 championship points. But again, heartbreak for some drivers, elation for others, as again, the podium presentations for KZ2 will be coming up very, very soon. Later on today, of course, we have still got one more race to go after this one. The KZ finale is coming up after this one. And again, we look forward to that one. A busy, busy race for the field in that one. So many drivers from around the world pushing all the way throughout. There is a look at the rest of the drivers coming in there. Now only just making it over the scales is Matteo Spergel, the championship leader going into this one, and at the moment champion-elect before it fully gets confirmed in that one. But there, Matteo Spergel, he can celebrate. The team know it. He knows what he's done over the course of this weekend and this season. He's delivered in KZ2. The Frenchman can certainly celebrate now. He joins a plethora of other drivers who have joined him on that top spot in the championship. But for the CPP team, the Sodi chassis have delivered a brilliant weekend for them. The spirits were high going into this weekend for the team, their social media team, really pushing strong out there. They did the flower challenge with their drivers, saying who's the best driver, who's the worst driver, who's the cleanest, all of that, dumping their heads in the flower. Brilliant to see. The spirits were high with the team, but they certainly had to work hard because they had their high moments and low moments. The first heats in the races, of course, you had the moments where the two teammates coming together. We thought, oh no, the championship fight now really is going to be a tough one for them. But they persevered, they came through, and for them, they can certainly celebrate in style on that top spot there of the podium. But Maxim Orlov, again, he will be the driver standing on the top spot of the podium. He certainly delivered over this weekend. A superb performance, solid results throughout, 5 qualifying heat wins, the super heat win, and the final win as well. He'll be on that top step of the podium, joining the likes of Matteo Spergel and Kasper Schulmans. All the way throughout this one, we have seen those brilliant results. There you can see him again celebrating with the rest of the team. You can see the podium area filling up with everyone wanting a spot of that glory there. And again, it's completely understandable. All the way throughout this one, it has been a really tense time for them. But they can now take the weight off their shoulders. They can enjoy the podium. They can celebrate now. We're moments away. There you can see the remnants of the KZ2 Masters podium presentation that was further earlier on. But right now, we will welcome on the top 3 drivers in KZ2. Kasper Schulmans joining them on the 3rd spot as one of the photographers getting a little bit too close for comfort there with our top spot camera. But there, Kasper Schulmans, he can, well, relax. The 182 can enjoy a podium finish on this one. Matteo Spergel as well on the Sodi kart. He can enjoy a podium here and be champion as well. The Frenchman standing on that 2nd podium spot out on the grid. And as well for Maxim Orlov, absolutely undefeated this weekend. He can be, well, he can be nice and relaxed now. All that hard work he put into this weekend with the setup has worked for him here, and he's delivered an absolutely perfect weekend. Like we've said, it wasn't pole position, but it was an absolutely sublime set of races. Nice big smiles on the podium for the top 3 drivers out there. But of course as well, the teams coming up onto the podium, the Mondea Kart team, have really delivered over this weekend. And there you can see their representative joining them on the podium as well. It's been a tense time all the way throughout, but your top 3 there Absolutely superb. But of course, the trophy is coming up onto the podium now. And of course, Raffaele Gianmirea presenting the third place trophy, the president of the ACI Sport Karting Commission, bringing on that trophy to our third place driver, Casper Scormans. Second place trophy being presented by Anuzio Amatucci as well. He joins us this weekend, the mayor of the local town here. And again, big smiles on the face of Matteo Spergel, because not only a podium, but a championship as well for him. Maxim Orlov as well receiving his first place trophy, being presented by Fabrizio Stello, the prefect of the Tremano region around here as well. And again, big congratulations, of course, going to Maxim Orlov. Delighted with the result there. I think his arm's a little bit weaker there than what he was imagining. He had a bit of a struggle to lift up that absolutely superb trophy, but not much more now, as the trophies and the smiles can come in thick and fast. But not forgetting, of course, the team's trophy. Matteo Calder, the manager of Mondo Kart Racing, to present the team's trophy as well to the Mondeo Kart team. A brilliant result for them. Really delivered a perfect package for their driver in KZ2. Maxim Orlov can celebrate on that top spot of the podium now. The weight has been lifted and the wait is over, and we know who is champion. It's not on the top spot, but he sits there second on it. Matteo Spergel, a superb end to his season. He can celebrate in style, as you can imagine. The trophy's pretty heavy. The flowers are big as well. Quite a handful. I can imagine the drivers are tired after what has been an action-packed weekend of racing. They've had loads more races to do than the other classes, of course. So many entries into it. It was whittled down to just the 36, and of course, down to just the 3 drivers on the top step of the podium. But like we were saying, one more race to go after this one. The KZ, the premier category, will be heading out on circuit next. We do not know who's going to be crowned champion in that category, because once again, it is wide open in the championship standings in the KZ category. But in KZ2, it is all done and dusted. They can relax, they can celebrate, and they can enjoy the rest of their evening in style. We're not far away from the champagne moments, the best part of the weekend for the category, but of course, maybe clear those massive and impressive trophies out of the way, as our 3 drivers can now truly relax for the top 3 in this one. Maxim Orlov taking the win, Matteo Spergel second, and Casper Schormans in third. They can celebrate in style as the champagne flows here at Val Vibrata in Italy. And, well, there you go. Understandably, the 2 drivers attack the team. And, well, there you go. Never a nice way to see it. But, of course, it's very warm out there. And I can imagine it's probably not well received to get covered in champagne. It might get a little bit sticky for the drivers and team out there as well. But for the top 3, they can relax now. They can enjoy the rest of their day, as we'll be heading into the next final coming up very, very soon. KZ category, the premier class, will be heading out onto the circuit next. And again, who could it be? In the championship fight, Senna van Walstein and Victor Gustafsson are very close in the championship fight. Just 3 points separate them as we get ready for the next race. It's the KZ final, 26-lap final. A very long race that's going to be heading out onto the circuit. The temperature again soaring for the class. It's the hottest part of the day, and the hottest racing is about to get underway as well for the field, as we are moments away from seeing them head out onto the track. Of course, the medal ceremony that will be taking place very, very soon. But let's take a closer look at the category itself. The KZ class, 15 years plus 28 drivers joining us this weekend. 6 different nationalities over the course of this one. We have the French, we have the Italians, we have German, Spanish, Swedish as well from the Netherlands. Also out there as well, all joining us this weekend on the circuit. But it does get led by Lorenzo Travasanuto. But closer look at the category though, 125cc, again outputting 50 brake horsepower. This time around, minimum weight 170 kilos, so 5 kilos lighter than the KZ2 category. So again, we expect faster times. These are the fastest karts we've seen on the circuit. We've seen already the pole time being set on the Dunlop DH tyres set by Danilo Albanese with that 48.1. Could we see that beaten in this one? With, of course, they get that full brand new set of tyres after the 1.5 set of tyres being used in the qualifying heats and the super heats earlier on. They've not needed to use the wet tyres. It's been dry all the way throughout. And again, the championship standings very, very close as well in the class. Senna van Waalstein at the moment leading it with 111 points. Victor Gustafsson second for CRG with 109 points. Lorenzo Travasanuto for Paralin with 101 championship points. Either one of those three could be in chance of it. But the same for Danilo Albanese. He's not had the best results after this weekend. He did put it on pole, but that first qualifying heat has just meant that he's not scored any championship points in the qualifying heats. He scored 2 points in the super heat earlier on. Can he do it in this final? Giuseppe Palomba as well, 70 points in 5th place in the championship from David Trefilov. Stan Pex from Pedro Hiltbrand, Tom Lulier and Jeremy Iglesias running out the top 10 with 39 championship points. But it's all down really to that top 4 and maybe just the top 3 of Van Waalstein, Gustafsson and Travasanuto. A handful of points separating them, 10 points separating the top 3 drivers out there. And with 50 points up for grabs in this one, it is still all to play for. We saw drama in the early stages of the weekend in the first qualifying heat, with the top 2 in the championship colliding, Senna van Waalstein, and at that moment, Danilo Albanese, unfortunately tumbling down the order, and they had to fight back fiercely throughout this qualifying races, and they start this one quite spread out at the moment. Victor Gustafsson will be starting at P5, 3rd on the grid. Senna van Waalstein will be starting 8th on the grid, but where is Danilo Albanese? He recovered back to P14. That's where he'll be starting for this final. But we'll go over that grid in full a little bit later on as the drivers get themselves lined up on the grid. Of course, we always like to celebrate the national anthem where we are in the world. And this time around, we are in Italy. We're moments away from the national anthem. So again, anyone in the gantry who is able to stand, please do so as we are moments away from the national anthem. But here we go. We're in Italy. And it is the national anthem of Italia. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for your KZ finalists who are moments away from kickstarting their final. It is all falling down to this one. We have got drivers at the front of this grid, Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trefilov, who are going to really push strong in this race. But we have seen the dramas all the way throughout this one. But of course, the medal ceremony now taking place on the track, and Anuzio Amatucci joining us on there to present the medals to the KZ drivers as well, joined by Raffaele Jan Maria as well to present those medals, joining us there. Again, a tense moment here, Guillaume. You're getting yourself ready. Don't worry, relax. You've just come back from the podium. But, you know, this is a really tense time now for the KZ category. So many races throughout this season. We were there in Spain at the Alcaniz circuit. It was hot there. It's hot here now. It's actually cooler here than what it was in quite literally the desert of Spain, in quite literally the middle of nowhere in the Alcaniz town. A lot of motorsport history there, though. As, of course, MotoGP currently racing there right now at the same circuit that we were just at a few weeks ago with the same category. But right now in KZ, this falls down to a really tough one because you've got two drivers, four drivers, I'm going to call it, in fight for that championship. But they're all a little further down in the order, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly so. Currently, Senna van Wallstein is leading the classification at 111 points with one race to go and 51 points still remaining. But which of those drivers will get their hands on that beautiful trophy from the Kartodromo Val Vibrata? Senna van Wallstein still leading for just 2 tiny points on Victor Gustafsson, would you believe it? Lorenzo Travasanuto down for 10 points. So pretty much nothing is done in concrete. We have Danilo Albanese, who went from up in the classification from 4th currently at 81 points, so he's 30 points behind. And as well further back, we have Giuseppe Palomba in P5, 41 points behind. For Giuseppe Palomba is getting a little bit more complicated, let's put it that way. So we might have a 4th driver battle on our hands with Senna van Wallstein and Victor Gustafsson. CPB Sports Sodicat once again opposing CRG and Victor Gustafsson. But as you mentioned, the protagonists won't be all starting at the forefront of the grid. Travasanuto is one of them with David Trafilov by his side. But when it comes to Victor Gustafsson, it will only be P5 on that grid. We'll go through all the names in just a moment. But Daniel Albanese as well is a little bit further back. Palomba is P7, but is the one with the tiniest of chance to seal the deal. Daniel Albanese will only be P14 onto that grid. So a lot of work needs to be done between some of these contenders. Let's have a look at all the names lining up on that KZ grid.
Indeed, Lorenzo Travasanuto for Italy starts it on pole position. David Trefilov for Germany joins him on that front row. Lorenzo Camplese and Pedro Hiltbrand go from row 2. Again, the Italian and the Spaniard certainly delivering over the course of this weekend. Victor Gustafsson in the championship fight from Sweden starts it on the 3rd row of the grid. It'll have Paolo Ippolito for company, another Italian joining him in the top 6. Giuseppe Palomba from Italy and Senna van Wallstein again fighting in the championship. He starts this one from the 4th row of the grid. Tom Luyer and Stan Pex go from row 5. They round out the top 10. Jeremy Iglesias and Arthur Cabanel round out row number 6. It gives us an all-French row 6. They'll have Matteo Vagani and Danilo Albanese, who is in that championship fight also, but he's got a long fight ahead of him from the 7th row of the grid.
Row number 8, we have Yori Pex as well as Riccardo Longhi, followed by Francesco Salenta and Adrien Rodona. Row number 9. Row number 10, Emilian Denner and Leonardo Pelosi. Row number 11, just after the Frenchman that has been struck by bad luck, unfortunately, throughout the weekend after 2 DNF. One at the opening heat and one in the super heat. Row number 11 with Louis Speck and Mayan Kremers, Matteo Benedetti and Johan Sogel on row number 12. Row number 13, Francesco Maria Leone and Nicola Bartolini. And at the end, we have Mattias Torregiani, a total of 27 drivers lining themselves up onto that starting grid. KZ class, I mean, it needs no introduction. This is a prime category in the entire world of karting. Some of the best karting drivers on the planet are right in front of your eyes. And 5 minutes, we are away from the green light as, again, the drivers will go for 2 warm-up laps before that big finale. That will be certainly as long as the KZ2 with 24 laps upper hands. But who can beat this man? Lorenzo Travasanuto, the 2-time OK World Champion, winner of the International Super Cup in KZ2, stepping up to KZ and doing wonders at the wheel of the Powerlane chassis. with the Modena Kart operation. They've already one win in the bag in KZ2. Can he make it 2 in a row in the prime category? Trevor Zanuto has been making his way step by step into the world of karting, winning in every category he's been through. He's one of the contenders. He made an expected podium in Alcaniz. Again, here is one of the fastest, the one to beat. But can this man, David Trefilov, try to make it tremble?
Well, exactly that, and he's been the one to beat this weekend. Yes, okay, Lorenzo Trasanuto starts this one on pole position. He did win one of the qualifying heats, but David Trefilov has won 2 of the qualifying heats. He knows how to pedal around this circuit, and again, starting on the front row, yes, granted on the outside of it, he's got his work cut out for him, but he has certainly been a driver to keep an eye on. But again, they are in the championship fight, but they're not right at the sharp end of this one, because the drivers further behind, they're the ones you need to keep an eye on. Lorenzo Camplese there, he was the winner of that superheat earlier on. He certainly delivered. A brilliant start he had, but he starts this one on the second row of the grid, puts himself back in the top spot of that one, really delivering 7th, 5th, and a 4th in his qualifying heats as well. A very strong contender. Really curious to see what he can do in this final again from the second row of the grid.
It's been one of the surprises in the superheat. It comes, surprise is a big word, because Lorenzo Camplese is a driver of major experience. And for a little fun fact, he was one of those drivers competing back in the days of KF2 and KF3 in 2008 on this track, would you believe, for the European Championship back in those days, for the South Zone of Europe. It was a qualifying race back in those days. But Camplese competed on the shorter version of this track at the time in KF3, still going strong at the Tony Kart, at the wheel of his Tony Kart machine. But talking about drivers going still strong, even though they've been here for quite a while, Pedro Hilbrand, 27 from Birelart Racing, the former OK World Champion, doing wonders in the gearbox categories as well for many, many years. Pedro Hilbrand going from one class to the other as well. He likes to give it a try to both gearbox and single speed. And a little bit of refreshment is going to need it, because the temperature has been rising up here in Val Vibrata. We're currently standing at 33 degrees in the air, certainly much hotter than that onto the track after those 2 very heated finals. But Pedro Hilbrand will be one to watch as always, making his way up to P4 onto the grid after a strong finish in the superheat this morning.
Victor Gustafsson, second in the championship, is a handful of points behind. And when I say handful, I mean 2 points behind. That is the gap between himself and Senna van Walstein, and he starts this one well ahead of Senna van Walstein on the third row of the grid. Van Walstein is P8 on the fourth row just behind, on the outside as well. So this start is going to be vital. We've already seen 2 finals where in the opening laps the championship has just been split wide open, and it's gone the way of one driver in terms of it. But in KZ, I've got a feeling this one could go all the way to the checkered flag, because so many drivers are in that title fight. There, Paolo Ippolito starting this one as well on the third row of the grid, is a driver who's not part of that championship fight. He sits 12th in the championship standings. He is just too far behind to really have an effect on the top spots. But where he starts in this race, he could have a different effect on the top spot. If he gets into the lead, if he pushes drivers out of the way and gets into the front of this one, he could certainly shake up the championship standings. Because like you say, it's a couple of positions, couple of points that separate the top 3, the top 4 alone.
And it's very interesting indeed, from one season to the other, as you see the different brands, the different Italian factories, you know, fighting at the forefront. Last year was very much the year of Car Republic, picking up the World Championship and the European Championship titles. With Daniel Albanese and Paolo Ippolito that you've just seen. This time around, we've had Sodicart CPB Sport taking the KZ2 European title. It was Birelart and Freddie Slater last season. But this time around, the protagonist up in the front of the championship, we're talking about Sodicart. Once again, we're talking about CRG, we're talking about Parolin. Car Republic with Danilo Albanese still very much in contention, with certainly a thinner chance than the others. But those big names, these are the Italian factories, the best teams and names in the world, fighting at the forefront of the prime category.
Indeed. Engines fire up then. It's time for the best of the best around the world to do battle for the last time in the European Championships. We are going to crown a champion in the KZ class, but who Could it be? Could it be Senna van Waldstein? Could it be Victor Gustafsson? Could it be Lorenzo Travassanuto? Or could it be Danilo Albanese? Eyes, and I'm sure a lot of people's money is relying on Lorenzo Travassanuto, who starts this one on pole position, third in the championship, and is just a handful of points behind, 11 or 10 points behind the current championship leader, Senna van Waldstein. There, Nigel Edwards on the gantry is ready to get this race started. But of course, we've got the formation laps currently underway. There, a look at race control. The head of race control, Chris Lambret in the centre, flanked by Joanna Falcao in the background, and David Manchester in the foreground there, getting ready to adjudicate this race. They've got a multitude of cameras out there. They're in constant communication with, of course, the stewards, and as well as the Deputy Race Director and Race Director out on circuits. You cannot get away with anything out there, and we have seen a plethora of investigations and penalties being applied even in these finals as well, so you cannot get away with anything over the course of this weekend. Drivers crossing the start-finish line now. They're going onto their very formation lap now. They'll try and get as much temperature as they can into the tyres. They'll try and scrub off as much as they can of the release agent on the tyres, of course. But all the way throughout this one, it is going to be a title fight to the end. Van Waldstein, Gustafsson, Travassanuto and Albanese are the top four in the championship standings. They are going to be the ones to beat in this race. But all the meanwhile, Travassanuto, Trevelov, Camplese and Hiltbrand will be the top two rows in this race. We do not know what's going to happen. Tension is starting to build as everyone is eager to see who could be European champion in the KZ categories. They make their way into the newest part of the circuit, constructed in 2019, adding turns 7 and 8 to the track. You can see there as well the beautiful runoff area as well, painted in the Italian colours here at the Val Vibrata circuit, of course, opening in 1987. This is a classic circuit. This is a real tongue twister for the drivers. There, a look at the temperatures, 33 degrees, still the hottest temperature we've seen so far this weekend. Track temperature 56.1 degrees. It is very warm out there. It's nearly the hottest that track has been all weekend as well. It was just around the 60-degree mark as well over the course of yesterday's racing. Couldn't get any better than this one, could it, Guillaume? As we are moments away, you can see at the front, Travassanuto and David Trevelov at the front of this grid. The temperature is rising on track. The temperature is rising all the way throughout the circuit as the spectating viewing areas are filling up all the way throughout. The grandstand is probably the best place to watch it, but the sidelines as well, and the runoff at turn number 1 is filled with spectators ready to start. Of course, turn 1 is the most heart-wrenching moment of a final, and with the green flag up at the back, we are seconds away from seeing who could be the European champion in KZ. Lights are out, we're racing for the last time this weekend. It's a lightning start from David Trevelov. Does he get into the lead of this race?
Contact.
The answer that is yes. One driver off at the front. It looks like a track rod has broken. And look at this from David Trevelov. The German is leading the way by miles.
Yeah, what a start, but what a bad start as well for Lorenzo Travassanuto. Finds himself within the pack, surrounded by some of his rivals. Oh, on the 22.
It's Paolo Ippolito.
Ippolito is out of the race already, trying to... Oh my God, Ippolito, what on earth happened there? We might need to see that again, but there's been contact certainly with the number 2. That is further back as
Adrien
well.
Renaudet.
Adrien Renaudet, the driver from Danilo Rossi's team. Unfortunately, were those two coming together at some point, but Paolo Ippolito was raising his hands into the sky, trying to question La Madonna of what happened there in the early stages, the first few meters of that finale in KZ. Disaster for Paolo Ippolito, who would have certainly liked to give a hand, so to speak, to Daniel Albanese in his fight for the European title.
And there's been a moment off camera at turn number 1. Yellow flags are out and drivers off the circuit. There you can see the yellow flags, but we'll come back to that in a moment. Hopefully they're all okay. But in the meanwhile, Trevelov leading the way here by over a second. A lightning start for him. Now Lorenzo Camplese there, pulling into the pit lane, out of the race. Will go no further. But in the championship standings as well, Lorenzo Travazanuto bumps up. Well, look at this. Lorenzo Travazanuto, 139. There is the drivers out of the race. Unfortunately, that is Leonardo Palossi, who had a drama earlier on as well in the superheat. He's out of this final, and it's been a disastrous weekend for him. Championship standings, I want to come back to this very quickly. Travazanuto and Victor Gustafsson are joint on 139 points as Senna van Waalstein sets the fastest up the race. Now Gustafsson is still there in P5. One position change for Victor Gustafsson, and he will be the leader of the championship. But because Lorenzo Travazanuto is much higher up in the order in this one, he would be the champion. But if they swap places, that would affect it. Senna van Waalstein as well is only a handful of points behind as well with 134. He is still in chance for this one as well, but he's there in P6. He has gained 2 places in this one. Daniele Albanese, he's gained 4 places. He's right there in the championship fight. Change as well down the inside. It's all going P-Tong here, but again they switch back. Hilbrand goes back down to P4. Now on the outside here comes Victor Gustafsson. Here comes Senna van Waalstein round the outside, and he gets up into P5. Gustafsson down to 7th. That changes the championship once again.
Yeah, fantastic move from Waalstein, trying to make his way past as well. But Gustafsson, certainly not the scenario he had been expecting. The championship is going to change hand in hand, lap by lap, pretty much at this rhythm. But as for now, David Trefilov is doing the job. 1.5 seconds is not in contention for the crowd. Remember, all he needs to do is to keep it steady and see a checkered flag first to seal the deal in Val Vibrata. We'll get back to him in a moment, with Camplese behind. Just not a lot of advantage, just 0.6 of a second in front of Travazanuto. Then we have Hilbrand, Van Waalstein, those 3 close on point, but close on track as well, as the Spaniard from Pirelart is closing that door. Here's the evolution. Senna van Waalstein, if he stays like that, would be your new European champion in the KZ class. He came close to that crown in the past. He's won the opening race in the KZ category. It was first victory back since Cremona 2022. Maybe victory won't be on his mind this time around, but certainly the title, if he can make it stick and hope for the best. In turn number 7, that is, as 3 drivers out of this race already. But look at how close that is. This will be a long race, certainly. There's no room for comfort, no room for losing your focus on that one. No room for errors, that's for sure. Otherwise, you could pay double. But as for now, Travazanuto, he must be biting his tongue of having missed that start. He was so dominant and so on form, but certainly something went wrong when gearing up.
Yep, certainly did. Well, Travazanuto, who's there in 3rd place right now, has lost his championship lead as Senna van Waalstein, with those position changes moving up to P5, has now retaken the lead by only 2 points again. Senna van Waalstein with 141 championship points leads the way from Travazanuto. Victor Gustafsson has gone down to 3rd. David Trefilov has gone up to 4th in the championship standings. Where is Daniele Albanese? He's down to P6, but again, he needs to push through as Hilbrand's gone up to P5 in the championship standings. Now, it's looking like it's not going to go the way of Trefilov or Hilbrand, because Trefilov can't do any more. He's leading the way. He's got maximum championship points to his name in this one. But the battle is still on for Van Waalstein, Travazanuto and Victor Gustafsson. There is minimal points between the 2 of them. Trefilov leads, Camplese from Travazanuto there in 3rd place. But Hilbrand is certainly putting on the pressure. Now, there's green flags out at turn number 2. There's yellow flags out again at turn 1, and more drivers are tumbling down the order. And that looks to me like it's Giuseppe Palomba and Stan Pex. It is both of them out of this race. Well, it looks like one's going to try and get restarted in the form of...
Stan is trying to go,
Yeah, Stan's trying to go. He's got it restarted, so that's fine. But that's an absolute shame for those 2 drivers out of this race and down to the back of the field.
And another trouble for Giuseppe Palomba, I'm afraid, after what happened earlier in one of his heats as well. But for Stan Pex, that will be the end as well, at least of any hopes of a good result. Still very much on track, but at the back end of the field. Back with the leaders. As you can see, it's not Emilien Denner in the lead, for instance, at the moment. The Frenchman is currently a little bit further back into the classification. He actually makes his way past Francesco Sanetta and Johan Sogel for P12. Yuri Pex losing positions as well, down to P15, as David Trefilov is very much your leader. Camplese, the Tony Car driver, right now into turn number 7, being chased
being harassed by Lorenzo Trevisanuto. Let's have a look back at what happened there with Stan Pex and Palomba.
I think it's a little further down when
Yeah,
we get towards
indeed.
turn 1. The camera pans round, and what does it see? A move down the
Oh,
inside,
yeah, Pex on the inside.
just clips it. The
Oh my
two
God.
rear wheels come together, and it rotates it, and that is
There you
so
go.
unfortunate there. Stan Pex, who tries to get it restarted. I think he did get it restarted, but yeah, certainly not the run he would have wanted. Now we're seeing more drama here. I think Jeremy Iglesias has had trouble out there. The driver of the 28 has tumbled to the back of the grid in P21, and that would be the reason why he has retired from the race, and he has pulled it back into the pit lane. His final goes no further. Back at the front though, David Trefilov, his lead is still 1 second, but the drivers behind are starting to close in here. Camplese, Trevisanuto, Hiltbrand are right there, but Senna van Wallstein has closed in P5, the current championship leader, by only a handful of points, a couple of points. He's helped himself out though, because he's only gone and got the fastest lap of the race, which gives him an extra championship point. So he's put himself even better position now, but again, if he can gain more places, it helps him out. But again, keep an eye on Trevisanuto. If he can gain places, and if Van Wallstein goes backwards, it could change hands again. Van Wallstein goes to the outside. He's got to be careful here, but Hiltbrand covers off the attack. Wallstein's got to be careful. He doesn't need to take any more places. He could sit there and be fine, but he wants a podium here.
He wants a podium, but he doesn't need to take any risk, as you said, considering that he has a boulevard of an advantage, 1.2 seconds advantage on Victor Gustafsson down in P5, P6 that is, sorry. And I'm afraid that for the CR2 driver, unless he's able to make the contact and reduce that gap, his chances of taking another title, another European title, well, seem to be thinner by the lap. But for Van Wallstein, he's just at the back of Pedro Hiltbrand. Oh, giving him a little bit of a shake in the breaking point of turn number 2. Victor Gustafsson is a little bit too far to threat. Van Wallstein going around the outside, at least trying to switch the racing line just a tiny bit. A quick look over the shoulder. Gustafsson is just too far behind. Van Wallstein can actually focus on staying within the reach of Pedro Hiltbrand. But as long as he stays where he is, well, it's down to Trevisanuto to try to make the contact and get into the trail of David Trefilov. Otherwise, there will be no other choice for the Italian. There will be no other chance for him to try to get those 3 points in the bag. Remember that between a victory and a second place, there's 6 points to grab, plus the fastest lap in the bag of Senna van Wallstein, still with the fastest lap in this race. So as for now, it goes the way of the Dutchman. But Trevisanuto on the tail of Camplese, one place up, sorry. At the moment, this is 38 points in the bag of Trevisanuto. If he gets ahead of Camplese, that's 6 more. So that would mean actually being able to be crowned European champion. So he doesn't need, I'll take back what I said, he doesn't need to go again. The leader, David Trefilov, one more step into that classification would be enough for Trevisanuto, but always easier said than done.
Yep, it certainly is. We're on lap 12 of 24. Another retirement. Stan Pex has pulled it in. His incident earlier on with Giuseppe Palomba now is resulting in his retirement from the race, which is a big shame. Race now on to lap 13 of 24. Trefilov leads by 1.1 second. Camplese, Trevisanuto, Hiltbrand and Van Wallstein are in this group of 4, just behind, battling for P2. The championship standings is Van Wallstein from Trevisanuto, Gustafsson and Trefilov. Trefilov can't do any more. He's leading the way. He can't gain anything else. So he could get the fastest lap. That's only an extra point. And at the moment, that's going the way of Senna van Wallstein, who is leading the championship. Now, Victor Gustafsson, who is 3rd in the points, could still have a part to play in this one. He is there just behind. The CRG is closing in on Senna van Wallstein, but not at a rate that is quick enough to warrant any danger. And again, we're seeing here from Senna van Wallstein a different racing line to Peter Hiltbrand. It looks like every lap we see he tries to go for a move, but again, he's probably been told by his team that he doesn't need to attack. You can stay there. The only time he might need to get worried is if he breaks away, but he's going to go for the move.
Whoa.
And that's a risky one. And you can see there, Hiltbrand not happy with it at all. He shakes his head, he bangs his hand on the steering wheel, and now Senna van Wallstein gets through and up into P4. This opens up the gap a little bit more now, and crucially, it defends him from Gustafsson, who was very slowly closing in. But again, that was high risk, but high reward comes from it. He could be champion at the end of this race.
And the championship is going to update itself. 146.7. Van Wallstein is 7 points clear from Travisanuto. He get himself clear from Victor Gustafsson, but also potentially from Lorenzo Travisanuto. As long as Travisanuto is not able to get past Camplese, and that's a big if, and as long as Senna Van Wallstein keeps the extra point from the fastest lap, well, those 7 points could be what he needs to be current champion. But that's all walking on a very thin glass as for now, because either Travisanuto or Van Wallstein are very, very close to getting their hands on that title. And they both know it. Travisanuto needs to get ahead of Camplese at some point. Really wait for the very last laps to try to protect himself for a return from his fellow countrymen. Really try now in order for Van Wallstein not to make the contact and not to give him a hard time as well. That's a big of a dilemma, isn't it? But the longer he thinks about it, the more difficult it will become for Travisanuto, as the tires, as the organism as well are put under immense pressure in a race of that level. But for now, the championship could still go one way or the other in that fantastic KZ battle.
It certainly could. We're not far away from the end of this race, but there's still a long way to go in this one, as Travisanuto needs to get this place back from Lorenzo Camplese. He has not managed to find his way through, and with Van Wallstein there in P4, his championship hopes are fading right now. He needs to find that way past, because Trefilov is still 1.1 seconds further up the road. If he can get that one, he might help himself out, and he does go for it down the inside in towards turn 1. It's Lorenzo Travisanuto into second place, and already he's opened up a big gap, but that's brought Van Wallstein into play, and that was the risk of doing it, because now if Van Wallstein gets up into third place, it doesn't even help out his fight for Travisanuto. He will then be on the back foot again. So Camplese now, his hopes for Travisanuto is that Camplese defends like his heart depended on it, that he wants that top step or that third step on the podium. If he can hold that place for the rest of this race, it might help him out. But Travisanuto right now gains another spot. He will close the gap up back again, but it's not going to be enough with Senna Van Wallstein there in P4. They cross the line. Trefilov there in the lead of this race. He's 1.4 seconds clear. They are joints on points. Senna Van Wallstein now retakes that fastest lap of the race, puts him back on 146, Travisanuto with 145. There's 1 point between them. But if Lorenzo Travisanuto can get that fastest lap of the race, he will get an extra point as Hiltbrand tries to attack Van Wallstein and get squeezed out wide. Van Wallstein was under immense pressure there, and that could have been a championship decider. If Van Wallstein goes backwards one spot, it would be Travisanuto champion. It is hanging on a thread here in KZ with still a few laps to go.
Well, the European Championship at KZ be decided on just the fastest lap in the final. That will be certainly a first in many years. Fantastic battle at the top level of the karting world. And Travisanuto has the fastest lap. Travisanuto takes fastest lap in 48.6, faster than Senna Van Wallstein. They're going to be on equal points with a better qualifying for Travisanuto.
They're not going to be in equal points. Travisanuto's got 146.
Yes,
Van
indeed.
Wallstein's got 145. That fastest lap flips the championship standings. So that nice, clean, perfect lap from the Italian has made sure he leads the championship standings on lap 19 of 24. But what can Senna Van Wallstein do? Van Wallstein has been quick all the way throughout and could go faster, but Travisanuto has gone purple in sector 1 and 2. He's looking to improve this time even further. Can he open up that buffer out of the final corner? He can.
Yes, he can.
It's another new fastest lap of the race, 48.581. He extends his gap between himself and Senna Van Wallstein, but Van Wallstein could still retaliate here. If Van Wallstein retakes that fastest lap of the race, he would be champion. This was the moment that he tried to battle, with Camplese. Camplese defended it. Now watch this, Hiltbrand's going to sweep to the outside. He tried to go the long way round. Senna Van Wallstein, though, was wise to it. He kept an eye on it, and it just there, that little bit of contact, there may be something that comes from that, but we're not sure whatsoever. They may just say that's hard racing all the way throughout. Oh, keep it up. Oh, you'll never guess who's purple in Sector 2. It's Senna van Wallstein. Senna van Wallstein, can he get the fastest lap of the race back? Can he do it? No, he can't. It's only a 48.662. It's a fraction slower than Travasanuto. Travasanuto still has the fastest lap of the race, and with that, the extra championship point, and keeps him in the championship lead on lap 21. Travasanuto there again, another fastest lap of the race. He goes even faster, 48.572. He is toying with Senna van Wallstein here now with 1 championship point.
Incredible scenario here in Val Vibrata. I do hope you guys have tuned in, because this is certainly one of the most decisive finals in recent history in KZ, not only in this class, but in the world of karting at large. Fantastic, but who will end up on top? Will it be Travasanuto? Will it be Senna van Wallstein? The Dutchman came close to be crowned European champion. Last year, he was third overall. He was vice champion, vice winner of the International Super Cup KZ2 back in Sweden, Kristianstad. You might remember that. And who was the winner back in 2021? Lorenzo Travasanuto. Those two have been close, fighting for championship and titles before. Travasanuto has a couple to his name already. That would be a first for Van Wallstein if he can get a hold on that fastest lap in the race. But the time is running out, and he has Lorenzo Complese just in front of him. Either fastest lap, either position. He needs to decide. He needs to do something about this. It will be certainly easier to try to launch himself desperately into that second, third spot behind Travasanuto. That would be enough if he can take that position. Would it be in turn number 1, turn number 2, turn number 3? We've seen it happening as well in turn number 4. There's a couple of spots available onto this Val Vibrata track. Where can he pass the Dutchman? Where can Senna van Wallstein try to sneak that title from Lorenzo Travasanuto? He's getting close. He's getting close. Maybe he's hearing us, but certainly the focus is very high for Senna van Wallstein. Split by just 1 meter to Lorenzo Complese.
Is right on that rear bumper. If he can't get the fastest lap of the race, he's got to get third place. And it's right there. It's in his grasp as we head down in towards turn 7. Senna van Wallstein is meters away from being European champion, but he's got to get past Complese. Complese wants a championship fight. He wants to be on that podium, but right now he's got to defend this position as we go on to the final lap of this race. It's David Trevelov who leads the way. He's clear. Lorenzo Travasanuto is second, and with that fastest lap of the race, he is currently the championship leader by 1 championship point. Complese's there in third place. Senna van Wallstein is in P4 and 1 point behind. If he cannot get the fastest lap on this lap, he needs to get past Complese, but he is not getting that speed. He is not closing in. He is losing time. He is not going to do it. Senna van Wallstein was looking so confident going into this weekend to be champion, but it's not going to happen. David Trevelov will cross the line. He will win the final, but Lorenzo Travasanuto by 1 championship point will be crowned European champion in KZ in 2024. David Trevelov can celebrate with a final win. He will stand on the top step of that podium. Germany is victorious here in Italy, but the Italian of Lorenzo Travasanuto is your European champion in 2024 in the KZ category. 1 point prevented Senna van Wallstein, a fastest lap. And it was told, it must have been told by Travasanuto. His mechanic must have been there on the sidelines telling him, go, set the fastest lap, don't hang around, push as hard as you can. And the Italian did, not only just once, but 3 consecutive laps in a row. He went purple, and he secured that championship by 1 championship point. Lorenzo Travasanuto with 146, Senna van Wallstein with 145. Gustafsson, in his best efforts, finishes third in the championship with 131. There's a look at the full classifications. Trevelov from Travasanuto, Complese rounds out the top 3. Van Wallstein finishes in P4. Hiltbrand from Albanese, Gustafsson from Luye, Denner from Vigano, Carbonell Silenta from Seguel, Pex, Leon, then it's Lewis Speck from Bartoloni, Benedetti as well from Torregiani, with the 19 finishers, retirements, 7 of them. Mayan Kramer, Stan Pex, Jeremy Iglesias, Giuseppe Palomba, Riccardo Lagoni, Leonardo Pelosi, Paolo Ippolito, and Adrian Renaldin, unfortunately, all retirements. But there, Lorenzo Travasanuto, 1 championship point. A fastest lap means you're champion. European champion for the Italian in the KZ category in 2024. And look what it means to him. I mean, you've got to feel for Senna van Wallstein. He drove perfectly throughout that final. He pushed as hard as he could. He led the championship for the first half of that race. But just in the dying stages, he knew he needed it. He knew he needed that fastest lap of the race. But Lorenzo Travasanuto pushed and pushed and pushed. Confirmation there on your screens. The driver championship standings. Lorenzo Travasanuto for Parolin Motorsport is champion in KZ by 1 point ahead of Senna van Wallstein for Sodi Khan. Victor Gustafsson rounds out the top 3 for CRG. But it's Italy on top in the championships. David Trefsov with that final win bumps himself up to 4th in the championship standings for the Maranello team. Daniele Albanese, his best efforts in that final after that crash in the first qualifying heat. That scuppered his championship fight and pushes him down to 5th in the standings. Pedro Hiltbrand up into 6th from Lorenzo Camplese. Tom Luye from Giuseppe Palomba. Stan Pex finishing the championship inside the top 10. A handful of points between those drivers, but how close could you get? A fastest lap separated the top 2. But there on your screen, we can't take it away from the Maranello driver from Germany, David Tefrelov. What a drive from him. He can celebrate now with the team. A final win here in Italy, absolutely well-deserved. And there, a look at his face saying, yeah, it was a close one. It was hard work throughout it, but we delivered. We delivered for the Maranello team, but there, Lorenzo Travasanuto, he can celebrate now. That is a huge weight off the shoulders. 1 point. Can you believe it? 1 championship point separated the 2 of them. A fastest lap, sectors. What was the difference in the lap times in that one? Travasanuto, his fastest lap in that race was a 48.572. That was the fastest lap of the race. Senna van Wallstein, his best lap was a 48.662. Thousandths of a second separated their fastest laps. That is, it's heartbreaking for one. It's elation for the other. Here's the highlights from the race. Initially, again, some drivers getting caught out early doors in that one, straight off the track there. Adrian Renadin in the number 2, retiring from the race on lap number 1. Not the start he would have wanted. David Trefilov had an absolutely superb start, though, from the outside of row number 1. He was able to break away from the rest of the field, and he stayed there. That was flag to flag for him. No drama at all in the early stages. Paolo Ippolito, what can we say? Heavy contact with the barriers at lap 1 at turn at number 3. A bit of contact with another, and unfortunately, he would be out of that final, but thankfully for him, absolutely fine. There was Gunnar retiring from the race. Later on, he would end that one in tears. The same for a handful of others as well. Leonardo Pelosi, there you can see in this incident, caught out there, the number 95 wildcard coming into this event. We didn't see him in Spain, but here in Italy certainly delivered. This was the interesting moments here. Travasanuto and Pedro Hiltbrand battling away. Travasanuto holding on to that 3rd place spot and would end up into 2nd place in the ladder stages right round the outside there. You could see Senna van Wallstein trying to get the move done on Victor Gustafsson and getting it done. A brilliant overtake, getting past both Gustafsson and Tom Luye, and that put Gustafsson, Senna van Wallstein, I should say, in the championship lead. And that's not by 1 point. That was by about 7 points. He was leading the championship by, and we were thinking it's going to go Van Wallstein's way. He's driving like he really wants it, and he got that. He held on to it. but just later on, it all started to go a bit Pete-tong. There later on, unfortunately, Stan Peck's getting caught up with Giuseppe Palomba. Those two would both retire at the end of the race. It didn't go their way. They were out of this one, and clearly you can see from Palomba not happy at all, being very vocal there to Stan Peck's. And again, more retirements coming in thick and fast. That was Jeremy Iglesias retiring from his race also. So again, another retirement, and clearly saying, yeah, something just not working on the kart. It's not going. Yeah, I had to bring it in. So that was another big shame for some of the other retirements out there. The rest of the racing, though, this was the moment that Senna van Waalstein got past Pedro Hiltbrand. That position change put the lead to about 9 championship points then for Senna van Waalstein. But later on, the overtakes from Travasanuto getting past Camplese, that would bring the championship fight right back into his court. Senna van Waalstein also had the fastest lap of the race at this point as well, and that's gave him that extra championship point. So again, even with that overtake there, it put them joint on points, but then the fastest lap of the race. This is where it started to really get involved between the two of them. Sector times, that was the most important bit. This was a tense moment though. Senna van Waalstein having to defend again from Pedro Hiltbrand. You can see Hiltbrand trying to go to the outside here. This angle really shows it. Had a great exit, tries to go around the long way, just gets squeezed off the track there by Senna van Waalstein. But again, I think that was more hard racing. But across the line, David Trefilov would take the final win. But by 1 championship point, Lorenzo Travasanuto would claim the championship. He celebrates with Senna van Waalstein. I can't imagine they knew at the time, but I think it must have been mental calculations. They must have known from the teams. There he's clearly celebrating as Travasanuto, so clearly he knew he was champion at that point. But 1 championship point, that's all it was. And it was separated by thousandths of a second on a fastest lap. Absolutely heartbreaking for some, but for Travasanuto, that is how you do it. That is how you win a championship in style. 1 championship point set because of a fastest lap of the race. That point certainly is well deserved after such a challenging season for all of the competitors. In Alcaniz in Spain, it was hot, it was dusty, it was a challenge for everyone. It was such a fast and long circuit to race on. A completely different set of circumstances here, a little bit more humid. Again, hot temperatures, but a tight, twisty, narrow circuit for the field as well that they had to contend with. But it's time to celebrate a podium now for the top 3. You can't take it away from them. A brilliant result for Germany and for Italy as well. And for David Trefilov, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Lorenzo Camplese, they can celebrate a top 3 finish out there. But the championship, again, I can't get over how close that was. Absolutely superb. And, well, we'll see who can be on that top step. But firstly, let's celebrate the 3rd place spot. It goes to Lorenzo Camplese. Absolutely delighted for the Italian. A brilliant result for him. He stands on there just down by 2.4 seconds from the race leader at the end. Lorenzo Travasanuto, though, 1 championship point clear. He's 2nd in the race, but he's champion in 2024 in the KZ category. He can stand on that 2nd place spot with a huge smile on his face. But for Germany and the Maranello team, what can we say? A superb drive from David Trefilov. Brilliant results in his races earlier on. 2 qualifying heat wins after qualifying 7th at the start. For Germany, the Maranello driver can stand on the top step of the podium with a huge smile on his face. And not surprising at all, a well-deserved final win for the German driver. And the Maranello team can join him on that podium as we get ready. We're moments away to listening to the national anthem of Germany.
Let's listen and appreciate the national anthem of Germany.
absolutely sublime then for the top three on the podium. For David Trefelov, Lorenzo Travasanuto and Lorenzo Camplese, the fight in the European Championship is over. But for Lorenzo Camplese, he can celebrate that third place finish. He can be joined on the podium by the organizer of the event, Daniela Spinozzi, who has worked it tirelessly hard to get this event running here at the Val Vibrata circuit. Raffaele Yimaria as well, the president of the ACI Sport Karting Commission, joining them on the podium as well to present the second place trophy. Again, an absolutely superb end to the weekend here in the KZ category. And for Lorenzo Travasanuto, a European title as well. And of course, finally, the first place trophy. You can't take it away from the German. An absolutely fantastic result. And that big smile on his face can say it all as Fabrizio Stello joins on the podium, the prefect of Tremano, to present the first place trophy to the German driver. And again, an absolutely sublime end to his near-perfect weekend in the KZ category. The elite of the elite, but he certainly can enjoy that one in style. And not forgetting, of course, the team's trophy to the Maranello team, the manager of Mondo Kart Racing, Matteo Calda, to present that team's trophy to the Maranello team. And, of course, these drivers here can celebrate this one. A superb end as the flowers come in thick and fast for the drivers. What a way to end their season in the European Championship fight. 1 point separating the two drivers in that championship fight. But for Lorenzo Camplese, Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trefelov, they can stand on that podium smiling away as well with the Maranello team. A brilliant result for the top three. And of course, for everyone this weekend, it's been a challenge for so many drivers entering this weekend, not taking part in the final. But for a handful of them, it has been an absolute delight, I'm sure. The final few photos to be grabbed here on the podium, as of course, the World Championships are next. That is the main thing these drivers are going to be fighting for in all the categories. We head to Portimao in Portugal for that race. That comes up in a few weeks' time. We've sorted out the European champions, but who could be world champion? We just don't know. We will find that out later on in the season. But last few photos to be taken with the drivers. A brilliant end to their weekend. What can you say? David Trefelov really pushing strong in this one. 7th in qualifying, P5, 2 qualifying heat wins. Comes away with the final win as well for the Maranello team. Lorenzo Travasanuto, 2nd place, and secures the championship by 1 championship point. And Lorenzo Camplese joining them on the podium. The last bouts of champagne in the 2024 European season in the KZ category is done and dusted. They can now celebrate in style this evening. But again, for everyone watching at home, the highlights package is available later on in the weekend. Make sure you are on the FIA Karting YouTube channel for that one. You can catch that later on in the week as well, with all the post-race interviews as well. That will be a very interesting one to hear the words of these drivers, what they've got to say after what has been a very dramatic end to their weekend. But for the German, it is all he needed, a final win at the end of the day for David Trefelov. But Lorenzo Travasanuto in the KZ securing that championship by 1 championship point. Well, from us here at Val Vibrata in Italy for the MotoKart.com FIA Karting European Championship. The weekend is over, but don't be upset because, like we said, the World Championships in Portugal will be taking place in a few weeks' time, so don't worry, you are going to see some absolutely superb racing still for the KZ categories. From myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez in the commentary box as well, and everyone from the FIA and the RJRNC team, it is goodbye for now, and we will see you at the World Championships in Portimao.
safety car should dive into the pit lane and then